The first item of on our agenda is the minutes of February 12. Did anyone have any comments or questions on those minutes? Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Do we have a secretary today?
No, she'll be doing the minutes via video.
Okay. Okay, we are moving on to item 213D7, 115 Stratford LLC. This is the townhouse units. We've seen this several times. Maybe the staff would like to go through where we are in this process before we get started.
Sure. Just to quickly summarize, the plan has received preliminary approval from the Board of Commissioners. They're in front of you tonight. The applicant is in front of you tonight for two items on the agenda. One is the submission and the consideration of the final land development plans. And the second item on your agenda is for the planning module for land development, which is the DEP forms for the wastewater disposal. And that's just an administrative action for that you need to take in order for me to sign the document to be forwarded to the DEP. So
Okay.
I don't know if the applicant wants to say a few words before we start speaking.
Come on.
I'll be brief. Good evening. Greg Edelman here on behalf of the applicant. As Roger stated, the commissioners granted preliminary approval in February, and we're here just to get the final approval recommendation in accordance with that preliminary approval. We received Roger's review letter. We're fine with all of the conditions in there, and there are some minor cleanup comments, I believe, in the letter as well that we'll comply with. And then the second item was the planning module. We'd ask that the Planning Commission complete its component. I believe it's component 4A. And Roger, I think there was number 2, there was a box missing. One of the boxes on the comprehensive plan wasn't checked. So if we could just make sure that that's done so DEP doesn't bounce it back, I'd appreciate
Sure.
it.
Yeah, I see that here now.
So other than that, we're looking forward to moving forward on this project. It's taken some time to get here. And we'd appreciate a recommendation for final approval this evening from the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. So nothing has changed in the plans themselves since you were here?
Nothing has changed, that's correct.
There's nothing new? It's
Nothing's
just
new.
going through the... Is there any board comments or questions about the plans before we...
I just have one question. The Delaware County Planning Commission comments references on page 3 that perhaps the saldo section was recorded incorrectly. It's regarding the fee in lieu of. And to me, it looked correct. I was just wondering if anybody else, if staff had taken a look at that.
I looked at that and I agree that it was correct and the letter from the Planning Commission was incorrect.
Delaware County was
Yes.
wrong. Okay, that's
Yes.
that the plans were correctly marked. That's how I thought
Mm-hmm.
it. Okay.
Anything else? Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Go ahead, come on up if you... Please walk up to the
Come
microphone.
up to the microphone.
Yeah, and just state your name and where you live, and then they'll have it for the record.
Yeah, I'm Cheryl Belair, and I live on 334 West Avenue. And I moved there about a year and a half ago, and I know my neighbors have been very concerned about the traffic in that area. And my experience since I've lived there is somebody took out a 25-mile-per-hour speed sign by running it over right in front of my property. It's dangerous walking my children to the bus stop. One of them's 7. People are speeding through there, and a couple months ago, on a Friday night, somebody who appeared to be drunk hit a telephone pole and landed in front of my house on their axle and was arrested. So my concern is that this is going to become even more of a cut-through, and it seems to be almost impossible to get any speed bumps or any kind of traffic calming measures on our street. I think for 8 years, my neighbors have had meetings and have approached trying to get some kind of calming measures on the street. And now we're going to add all this other traffic, and they will cut through on West Avenue. And I just don't want you to wait until some kid gets hurt or is hit by a car.
Can you show us where your concerns are? Can you guys put up a map?
Not that it captures that location.
West Avenue is a cut-through street. It comes from, I mean, people will use that as a shortcut to avoid Lancaster Avenue. They already do now. So they're going to come up Stratford Avenue, they're going to make a right on the Eagle, and then they're going to make a right on the West Avenue.
I'd just like to comment to you, because you haven't lived in the neighborhood that long. This development is replacing a restaurant that served alcohol and had 80 parking spaces. It just hasn't been open for about 10 years.
Right, I've been in the area, just not on West Avenue. And I guess I just am at a loss to understand why it's so hard to get some sort of measure to calm the traffic on that street. And this is going to increase the traffic as a cut-through.
I think that I don't personally know how to answer your question on how to get traffic calming put in. We'll turn that over to staff in a minute. In terms of increased traffic, this is 11 townhomes. The overall amounts of increased traffic in that back road won't be intense. Of course, there will be an increase. But in terms of how to, I guess the point I'm trying to make is it's likely that the existing problems that are there now won't be overly exacerbated by the new townhouses. But if there are existing problems there now, they should still be addressed. And I think I'm going to turn that over to staff to see where would you turn in this case?
Well, I can just point out that there's some regulations on the books in the Township's traffic code, which Officer Mattis is very familiar with, that deals with how you get traffic calming implemented. There's a procedure. I don't know, Ray, I've never heard anything come in front of the board regarding West Avenue, but you may be aware of something.
There was a study done on that particular street. It did not meet the criteria at the time. The speed was not adequate enough to meet the requirements for the speed humps. When the development does come in, you can reapply again, and we'll put the counters out there to see what kind of speeds we get. It might meet the criteria at that time, but a study was done. The residents requested it.
I believe I'm over on your right. Nope, the other way. Only female over. Hi, I'm Amy Kaminsky. I'm the traffic engineer for the township. And I just wanted to let you know that there is a staff traffic safety committee that meets, I believe, monthly to discuss issues like that. So my recommendation would be to contact Steve Norsini, Public Works Director, for that study afterwards.
Well, with all due respect, I think my neighbors, some of them being lawyers, some of them being very, very familiar with this problem, have been trying to get this and have gone through all the measures you say to get these. And I'm just telling you my personal experiences. There's a problem. They ran over a speed sign. They still haven't even replaced that speed sign. I mean, I'm dodging traffic going to the bus, so I don't know why do I have to wait to make my street safer? You know, I mean, they've been, my neighbors have had meetings, they have sent in applications. I don't think this study is the first one.
Okay, I'm not real sure when that study was done, and I didn't see the results of it. But if you're concerned about that, I don't know when that study was done. Do you have any idea?
It's been probably about a year and a half.
But is there a history of other things being requested through the traffic?
The only concern was the speeding on the street. It did meet the...
Please talk into the mic because everyone wants to hear what you're saying.
Previous to the year and a half ago. My understanding is for 8 years they've been trying to go through measures and go up in front of whatever board they need to get this accomplished.
They may have, but they probably didn't meet the criteria for the speed humps.
But how about these recent incidences and new dangers on the road?
As far as, well.
Somebody ran over my speed sign while
Okay.
I walked my daughter to the bus stop and put tire tracks in front of my lawn.
That was probably somebody that was possibly drinking at
No,
nighttime.
this was
it
in
during the day?
This was in the morning. This was
I don't-
8:30 in the morning.
I can check into that, though, for you.
I mean, I can show you where the speed sign used to be.
Yeah, I will check into that tomorrow.
Okay.
What does she need to do to get her speed sign replaced? Can you put in a report?
Yep,
And
I will
okay.
check it tomorrow. If there's one's missing, I'll have one put right up.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to say thank you to the Planning Commission for allowing the applicant and the Neighborhood Association the time to work together so that we could foment something that worked for the neighborhood that was actually impacted. I would also like to point out that Bo is also extending sidewalks. I think on West Avenue, which I'm very familiar with, one of the issues is that there's no sidewalks. So unfortunately, that does happen with cars. They don't really recognize the end of the street or the edge of the street. But this particular 11-home townhome application, I would also like to say that I did a brief study because I know that there have been comments from some people that they thought it was too dense. Certainly, I think people would always like less density in this township. We are a tree community, and we just made a record in America for purchasing open space for 27 lots. So we definitely stand behind what we want. That being said, I looked at the Jardin townhouse development, which is Cass Holloway, which is under construction already, and across the street, the carriage homes that were there. This is actually less dense than those applications per acre on a unit basis. So I would like to say this in public, that when people don't like something after it's been approved, I'm not accusing the Planning Commission, but he's still getting negative comments that it's going to be ugly. And we don't appreciate that in our neighborhood because we're going to be side by side, and we think it's going to increase everybody's property value. So I think it's a job well done from everybody. I think it's less dense than Le Jardin or whatever the full name is, and I think that they will sell very well. So congratulations to Radnor Township.
State your name for the record.
Leslie Morgan, 12 Farm Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Thank you. Roger, in your letter, I think there were 3 sections of items that need to be addressed before final approval. Have those all been addressed to your satisfaction?
They haven't been resubmitted at this point. I've spoken with the applicant's engineer, and they have no problem with that. And it's basically housekeeping issues. There were some typos on the plans. There was nothing of real substance. And what I would recommend that if you would consider approval of this, then you put the condition on that approval that they adequately address my comments.
Any additional board discussion?
Are we going to do both items in one, or are they going to be
I
handled?
think separately,
Okay.
if that's okay, yeah.
Yeah, I would prefer that there be 2 motions for the 2 items.
Okay, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion that we recommend approval of 2013-D07 with the notes that Roger just said about satisfying his requirements.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, now the second item related to this property, this development, is the, let me grab it, the planning module. So we're looking at component 4A, right?
Yes, that's
My
correct.
question is, I don't remember ever looking at this before. Is this something we normally do?
No.
So why are we doing it now?
For land developments that have what's considered to be a full-blown planning module submittal to DEP, this is required. A lot of
Have we been skipping them in the past?
No,
or is this a unique application?
There is another method to go about it where if DEP allows you to file what's called an exemption form, then this board does not see component 4 because DEP renders that project exempt from sewage facilities planning. So not every land development has a component 4, but every land development has to address sewage facilities planning.
Okay, so what do you see as our role here? Do you want us to go through this paper?
No, I'm just looking for an authorization for me to sign this on behalf of the Planning Commission for inclusion in the planning module packet that gets forwarded to DEP.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments on the planning module?
Just that number 2 that hadn't been answered. Roger, how do you anticipate answering question number 2?
Yes.
Okay.
I have to agree with Julia that it seems odd for us to review this in any way. And I would think that this isn't in our normal scope of skills, but next time let's do it the original way, I guess. That would be my comment.
What would be the original way?
The way we've done it for the last 10 years, 20 years, 30 years.
I
But
thought the
you're-
point is that mostly people have asked for the waiver from the planning module, and so that's why we don't see this.
Right.
And for some reason, they didn't ask for the waiver for the planning module. Do we know why that's different in this application?
I mean, I don't know, but you're required to do this. That's why it's called municipal planning agency review. If it falls within this,
Well, then we want to do it, darn it,
you're required to do it.
because we're required to do it.
Unless it's
First time for
exempt.
everything.
Unless it's exempt. I think there have been some other ones, not many.
Okay. Roger, is there anything you'd like us to add to our motion on this besides recommending our approval?
No.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve Roger's request to sign this planning module.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, these will be attractive townhouses, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, next on our agenda is the CIDC. A brief history of where we are before we start. Obviously, we've all been looking at this ordinance for quite a while. And the last time we looked at it, we finished our process of going through it and having our discussions and making our recommendations. We recommended against the approval of the ordinance because of several items that we were not satisfied with and made recommendations on each of those items. I think the best compilation of that is in Peter's memo, the memo from our solicitor, which is in the packet. So if you want to find that, it's kind of in the middle of the packet. Looks like this. Yeah. Yes, it's dated December 12th. Now our recommendation then went to the commissioners at their next meeting. They took some of our comments and made changes to the ordinance, the proposed ordinance, and they did not use all of our recommendations. Because there were changes to that document, it then comes back to us. Anytime we're working with an ordinance and there's a change at the commissioner's level, the Board of Commissioners level, and they recommend changes, then it just automatically comes back to us so that we get to see it again and get a chance to comment on it again, make any other recommendations that we want to make. So what we're going to do tonight is look at it again and also look at listen to the comments from the Friends to Preserve Radnor group that's been working independently as a local neighborhood organization. They have many recommendations they'd like to make, and we'll be hearing from them. Before we do that, could someone, maybe somebody on staff, could you update everybody so that we're all on the same page on which things from our recommendations the commissioners incorporated and which they did not?
Sure. In your packet, we provided you with a clean copy and then a redlined copy. The clean copy had a memo from John Rice's office. Right behind that, second set of documents in
So
your
the
packet.
clean copy is the one that's in the works today,
Well,
the very first
both-
one.
They are both valid. One just shows the changes in a track changes format, which shows the deletions and the additions
Okay.
in blue and red accordingly. So that's really the best. I can go through line by line if you would like.
Well, could you walk us through the, the major things? I mean, I watched the commissioners' meeting, obviously, and I've read this, but I don't think everybody has.
And Kevin, just one quick question on the color copy. The blue are changes that the commissioners have made. The red are changes that the Friends are proposing.
No.
No.
In the second set of documents, it's authorized 1614, does not have any footer that's been struck out. I think the Friends Preserve Radnor have a footer note in there when it was changed, separate from Township staff's version. If Jim can pull up on the big screen, I have the red line version so we can go through it almost page by page. Right.
Is it possible on the memo to let us know if which ones were approved and which ones weren't? So we could maybe talk about those individually. Excuse me for interrupting, Julia.
May I ask one overarching question? Because I have all sorts of different versions and copious notes, and I was actually at the Board of Commissioners meeting for this. There's a couple of minor changes that didn't happen at our meeting, and they didn't happen at the Board of Commissioners meeting. And they've happened somewhere else, and when they come up, I don't know if staff will be able to kind of tell us how those got changed.
Okay.
Some of them are significant, in my opinion, but they are minor word changes that I have notes all over the place and trying to reconstruct where they came from. So as that happens, maybe we can just go over those as well.
So we doing the memo or Kevin's approach?
Yeah, let's go through Kevin's, the colored document, because if we go through the memo, we're going to miss things.
And unfortunately, I don't have a marked up memo version.
Okay.
I know that was discussed with the board. They had conversations and they did
fine.
not specifically take each point and say, okay, this point we're adopting as it is, and they made modifications throughout. So as we go through, it's
So it'd be.
somewhat clear that the strike through was a deletion and the bold red was an addition.
Okay.
Julia, we could probably run through the memo in between you watching the meeting, I was at the meeting.
Yeah, but what's wrong with doing it this way? I mean,
Oh, no,
won't
it's
that
fine. I
work?
thought you wanted to start with the memo. You're going to go back to
No,
the
I want to make
document.
sure everybody had the memo in case there's anything
Oh,
on
got
there.
it. Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Go ahead.
So really, no changes of significance other than on the footer, that was deletion. Again, nothing significant. On page 3 of the memo, you'll see that there were some deletions within the applicant's existing campus. I'm sorry, of the ordinance. C2, Radnor Township was struck, and we added in limits of the PI zoning district so that the CICD could not be outside, and there was concerns raised regardless of, if applicant owns land that's in the township but outside of the PI district. That was changed to verify and enforce that the CICD can only be within the area that is zoned by the applicant as PI.
Okay.
Are we going to talk about the comments now, or you just want to review them? I'm just trying to clarify the process.
Oh, well, my plan was that we would just review,
Thank you.
I mean, quickly, what the process are, and then I'm going to go back to that memo and say, what things do we want to re-recommend? What things do we think have been satisfied? Is that okay?
Good.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear.
Can I ask one very odd question? This PI district assumes that it's in Radnor Township, right? If there was a PI adjacent township, it wouldn't apply to that at all, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
We have no authority in any other township to adopt any zoning regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. C4, minor change there. Again, nothing of significant or substance that I believe was affected in the memo. On page 4, A2, 2, performance facilities, field house, stadia, arenas was struck. That was part of the recommendation, I believe, in the memo. if
Yeah,
memory serves me
remember
correctly.
that.
B1, specialty shop, and I think that that was something that was discussed as part of the memo. That was struck from the ordinance. B3, institution was struck and applicant was then inserted. I believe one of the recommendations coming from planning commissions was dealing with some setbacks. The board did not adopt those.
Okay.
E, I believe, was just a clarification and was brought in from a different section of the ordinance and moved up. I don't know specifically at this point without going through a little bit more detail on that. G1, may was struck and shall was put in there to make it more impactful that the applicant needed to do that. Some changes to G2. Again, I don't know that these were of substance, just further clarifying. And I'm not sure, Susan, if that's what some of the concerns that you had raised were. Peter went through and made sure that things were tightened up from a wording standpoint. I is actually not changed. For some reason, it was deleted out of a table format and inserted below it, but because it was a change, it shows up as a change. If you look at the final version, it's just missing the lines around it. There were no changes
Okay.
in that portion. Same thing with J1 and number 2 as well. That was just brought out of the table format for some reason. Again, any change that you show in here, you'll see right in this area that under C, that there was an extra space put in there that shows that a space was put in there. So any change that you do in here, it highlights. The preservation of land, there was section added in here. I think that that may have come from the memo, or at least discussion at the board level as to the location of where the preserved land would be located at for 2 and 3. Under mechanical equipment, there was concern raised, I know at the last planning commission meeting, regarding sound attenuation devices for mechanical equipment, and the language that we originally had in there was for ground mounted, and we wanted to make sure that that applied to all mechanical equipment, so ground mounted was struck from the ordinance. Again, nothing significant here with the campus, just further defining and clarifying. And then I believe that was the extent of that.
Great, thank you, Kevin. Okay, now, we're going back to the memo now. If I can find my memo. Thank you. Okay, so let's just run through this equally quickly, just so that we're all up to speed on where we need to be. So number 1, did that show up?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that changed. They took that change.
changed. Number 2 changed about the fields and stadiums, right? Specialty shop was changed. I'm on the bottom of that page now. Next page. The Board of Commissioners did not change the setbacks as we requested, so that was not done. Next paragraph, also not done. That was the greater setbacks to open up the areas near the major intersections. But the next one, the 100-foot setback from residential lots, that was inserted, right? That was in. The next paragraph is regarding elevators and stair towers and parking structures. Was that? We didn't do that. That didn't happen, right?
They didn't accept
That
that.
did not happen. The next paragraph, that was the word change, that was done. The next paragraph, I don't remember which paragraph that was. Have you got that?
I think
That was rewritten? Okay, good. Thank you. Now, this section, this is the,
They deleted this.
they deleted it.
Going back to Meadow was deleted.
They did not put that in.
Right.
Okay. Top of page 3. That was not there, right? The buffer planning strips?
I think that what happened is that we wanted to take out the line that said, it's hard to go back and forth between these. We
Sure.
wanted to take out the line that the buffer requirement could be waived by the Board of Commissioners,
Okay,
and they put that back in.
okay.
So they basically did not take our recommendation that we remove the option to waive buffering.
Thank you. Next paragraph, that was not done, correct?
No, they took a lot of these, they took a version of this. When we go into the preservation of land, what you'll see is that the wording was changed. Some of this
wording
they
was
took.
changed, yeah.
They removed some of these words, particularly the last part of the second to last sentence, the part after the semicolon that says, "and not include areas within rights-of-way, easements, required setbacks, already preserved lands, or undevelopable lands." Some of those words were struck, not all.
Not all.
Right.
Okay. The sound attenuating devices, that remained in, correct?
I actually couldn't find it. I have a note to ask where they stuck that.
Kevin, what happened with the sound? It's in there.
It may be, I just didn't see
Okay,
it.
I'm going to check that one. And the last one was the dormitory sizes.
They did not.
They did
struck
not adopt that. Okay.
Mm-mm. Well, the note I saw was that they felt it was redundant. I'm glad John's here tonight to ask some of these questions.
Okay, good. Good. I just wanted to touch base on all those paragraphs so that when we go through our discussions with public comment and with the Friends to Preserve, and things come up for discussion, that we don't forget to go back over the things we've talked about before. Okay? Is there any other board comment or discussion you'd like to have before we
Yeah.
open up?
I was wondering, I compared the ordinance that was supplied by the Friends of Radnor. I think I have your name wrong, but we'll just call you Friends, to the ordinance that was submitted. And there's additional things that the Friends version has that I think we ought to strongly consider
Yeah.
in there. It doesn't really change the intent that much, but it spells it out more clearly. And since we are running a zoning ordinance that has to apply to other than just Villanova University, I think that it would be good to add those details in there.
Okay. And we'll ask them to go through.
Yeah, I
Those
compared the two
recommendations.
together side by side as we were going, as I was going through the different sections.
Okay.
And made notes on my plan and my notes here about which sections I think we ought to consider.
Okay, great. Well, anything before we start that?
So I went back to I was at the January Board of Commissioners meeting, and so I watched the whole thing. And the upshot is that what they ultimately ended up passing was a version that was recommended, kind of introduced that night by Mr. Nagel. And so I have a copy of the version that he had some handwritten notes on. It was one of the things that was either on the website or here at the, they ended up having it somewhere because I printed it out. There's a couple of changes that are in our ordinance tonight that I just don't know how they got there.
Right.
And that's, I don't know
Well,
how to.
let's do that now.
Okay, so
What's the first one?
the first one is that on page, I'm going to have to go back and forth between pages, I'm sorry.
Are you using the color version or the?
I use the strikeout version, yes.
Okay.
So it's page 3 of the strikeout version, but I'll go to the ordinance number. In 280-68-1C, designation of location, in the version that we had in December, the last part of that sentence said, "shall be located upon a single specified site within the applicant's existing campus." And that is, it's not on the version that, that was introduced by Mr. Nagel, and it's not redlined, and so I don't know how that line left. We didn't strike it in December.
Like, at what point was it decided to strike that, is the question?
Well, that's one of my questions.
Okay.
And for me, it's very, very, very significant wording because it is the protection that an institution that is currently less than 75 acres could consolidate with an institution that, another institution in the township, making it part of an institution that's over 75 acres and zoned currently as PI right now, and being used for college and university right now, but under the language where within the applicant's existing campus, it wouldn't be part of that existing campus, so it couldn't somewhere down the road have a CICD. But without that language, it could, because it's land that's PI now, it exists today. When I look down to number 4 of designation of location, it's being used for college and university, but it's not part of 75 acres. And
Yeah,
that, I
Susan.
just don't know where that went
Okay.
and why we took that away.
Well, let's
You
find
know,
out.
Susan, that's a statutory construction question, too, because is it at the time of this ordinance enactment, or is that at the time that the applicant makes application for a CICD? If that's 4 years from now, and one campus bought another, which controls?
Well, fair comment. So which is the way to ensure what I just said, that we want to just know that it could only apply to the 3 college universities that we've been discussing, and that this has been potentially even,
I think
used.
it's in here. I'm working with the not red line version,
Okay.
the clean version. C4. The last part of that,
Yeah, but
part of the campus existed as of the date of the adoption of this section.
But a college, so we have institutions in this township that exist as institutions today, and they are being used for college and university purposes today.
Okay.
And if an applicant down the road acquires it, but they're not 75 acres, so they're currently not
I see your
eligible
point.
for the
Yeah.
CICD. And if another university or college acquires them, they will be part of 75 acres. And I think will still meet all the conditions of 4.
Okay.
That's why I'm wondering, how can we tighten that up?
Susan, was this the issue that you raised in an email, and Peter had addressed this? I'm struggling to find that, and I don't have access to that, but I know you had raised a similar
Yes,
point.
that was
and
one question
Peter had
because-
addressed it to your satisfaction at that time.
Yeah, no, he answered me. He answered the question. He answered the question in how it went away. It didn't answer the question in how do we address what I think is a loophole for institutions that are in our township today that are less than 75 acres, that are college and university use today, it exists today, and if it gets acquired by one of the other institutions and becomes, and is then more than 75 acres, a CICD could be built there.
John,
Valley Forge. Valley Forge isn't 75 acres today. It's a college, it's a university, it could get bought by another institution, and all of a sudden, they could apply to have a CICD on Valley Forge. And that's fine, but we should talk about Valley Forge then, because the way I'm reading this, that could happen down the road.
And I think when we did talk about this previously, that was our intent, was that they would not be able to. So I think what we want to do here is not find out what happened to those words.
Right, is tighten the language.
But tighten the language. Do you have a recommendation?
No, I'm glad that John's here.
Susan, I have a question, if we're referring specifically to Valley Forge, and that is acquired by either, in your case, who were you concerned about acquiring it?
Well, I don't know all the acreage of Eastern and Cabrini.
Well, both of those would be applicable under the ordinance for the CICD.
Correct.
So if they were to acquire Valley Forge,
Right.
they still only get one CICD.
Right, but they could put it on Valley Forge's campus versus the existing campuses today. We've-
Kevin, do you?
That's the issue.
Is there an objection just to tightening it up? Is there a reason you don't want to?
Well, I know that Peter had looked at this specifically, and I don't recall, because it was 2+ months ago, as to the rationale, and that my recollection of the conversation, without being able to call it up in email, was that there were no loopholes in it, and that it was fine, that the ordinance, the language that was deleted was redundant and was creating confusion in Peter's mind, so he deleted it. That is my recollection as to why it was removed. It was removed in an earlier version dating back. It's just what then was in front of you from that standpoint. If my recollection, it was either October or November when it was initially removed.
Well, okay, so that one, we can get back to it discussion-wise, but that was,
But it,
That's
if there's a
one.
way to tighten it up so it's clear, I don't see any problem with it.
right, that's
I don't know whether the concern is, I mean, there's always what-ifs.
a
But we
pretty
need,
big one,
we
though.
need to know what the acreage is of all the existing campuses, so we know how we're going to tighten it up
Right,
and what might happen.
okay.
Because it,
Well, it actually is, it is addressed in comment 4. Only one CICD shall be allowed on the entire campus of an applicant and shall only be located on that part of the campus that existed as of the date of adoption of this ordinance. So the campus for the applicant that existed at the time this ordinance was adopted is the only location where CICD can be located. So unless between now and the time this is adopted, Valley Forge is sold to either Eastern or Cabrini, and that goes through the subdivision and land development process for dividing off a portion of that land, it wouldn't apply.
John, do you agree that so I kind of took a
That the
slightly...
changes in 4 cover what we're missing?
No, my feeling is, I think someone could come in and make the argument that, according to the language here, exactly the way 4 is written, Valley Forge exists today, and it's part of our campus, and it's
But no,
being
it
reused
doesn't,
for college.
Valley Forge exists as Valley Forge, not Valley Forge and Cabrini together.
That I appreciate. I just don't know if there's a way to make sure that somebody couldn't try to make the argument that I'm trying to make right now.
You know,
Because Valley Forge is there's wide open spaces there that are very ripe for that.
Why don't we just
Why
punt
don't
to
we
council?
add a comment after existed within the campus as of? Would that address it?
John, is there wording, do you feel that that is sufficiently protective, the way that Peter has it written in 4?
I'm fine with the way the language is. I mean, like I said, there's always a what-if, but you have to look at what's there today. You have to look at the minimum acreage of 75 acres. And I know that Peter and Kevin have gone round and round in trying to get this language to the point where you're going to have for the existing campuses, just one CICD. So I think anything's possible. But
Well,
I think you need to
I'm-
get crazy about that possibility happening.
Okay.
well, there's one last thing I'd like to say about that. Eastern College today might be Eastern College, Inc., and Valley Forge is Valley Forge Military Academy, LLP. What if it's VF Eastern is the applicant, and it's a brand-new entity? Then all that protection's gone. I mean, both parties could contribute into a new entity and then just do what they need to do.
That entity's campus does not exist as of today. They'd actually shoot themselves in the foot if they did that, because they'd create an entity that didn't exist when this ordinance exists, so they're totally out. They're kicked out now if they did that. Only what exists today in its current form can do this.
There is no VF Eastern, there's no Eastern VF.
Okay.
There's no other. So we're sort of locked in to existing conditions and existing entities, I think.
Okay. I think that, if you'd like to make a suggestion that we change the language, we're open to it, but I feel comfortable that they've covered it. If Peter and John both think it's covered.
Yeah, I got an answer from Peter about how it was pulled out. I didn't talk out the whole argument of
Okay.
if it was
Great.
sufficient.
But you feel
That's what I'm
comfortable
doing.
now? More comfortable?
Listen, I'm not going to win every fight I stand up for, so that's one. But the next one is,
Before we move on, I'm just recommending that be located within that part of the campus instead of on that part of the campus, so then it's clear that it's part of their own campus.
What line are you on?
Under 4, the second line, be located within rather than on that part of the campus. Doesn't that clarify it?
I don't think that's any different
I don't think that's any different either.
legally.
I think
Well, Susan's concern is that it exists, but it doesn't exist on their own campus. So if you say located within that part of the campus that existed instead of on, is that then clarifying where it's located?
I don't think the language, I think the language is about as clear as it can be, and if we start working with it too much, we're just going to make it unclear. I mean, it's pretty clear. It says, it says on the campus. As of that existed at the date of the adoption of the ordinance. I mean, that's pretty clear. I'm comfortable with that language.
You know, maybe we could add, because we talked about entities, you could say campus and institution that exists at the time of the adoption of the ordinance. And then we get back to that point I made, that it has to be the same entity.
Number one, that got struck, made this all very clear. On a single site specified within the applicant's existing campus. Somewhere else in the ordinance, it says this stuff is all applicable as of the date of adoption. So for me, this all became more complicated. The original language that we had there for about a year, we've been working on this for how long? This only went away in December. If John says it's okay, I mean, I respect that. It's not like I don't. I just think that something that was actually pretty simple became something that is somewhat open to interpretation. I'm either right or I'm wrong about that. That's all I'm saying.
What was your other point you wanted to make?
Oh, yeah, there's a couple. In the version that was introduced by John Nagel, on page 6, the setbacks for surface parking lot and for parking structures say 50 feet and 20 feet. But in our version, they're back to 30 feet and 5 feet. And I didn't specifically remember, and I couldn't find the minutes from their meeting to see if the Board of Commissioners specifically struck down John Nagel's numbers there.
So you're at the top of page 6.
I'm at the top of
And what were
page
John
6.
Nagel's numbers?
Well, this is a spot where basically what he did was took the version that we recommended December 5th. It's dated. It's called this. And he made some changes to it, and that's what he introduced at the at the Board of Commissioners. And they accepted a variety of things. And one of the things on his version is that the setbacks that we recommended for rights-of-way and property lines with regard to surface parking lots and parking structures, we said 50 feet for parking and 20 for surface parking lots, and his version says that as well. But the authorized version that's back to us tonight has 30 feet and 5 feet.
It has negative 5 feet.
Yeah, I know, negative 5 feet, I know. So, right.
Okay,
so,
Kevin, do we know what happened with that?
No, that is just showing that there was a space in there deleted. If you look at the clean version,
It says
blue
5.
is struck through,
So
so it's just
we're not
a
worried about
space.
the negative, okay.
It's not a
But what
negative.
about those numbers the discrepancy in those numbers? Do we know, was that
Well,
just a mistake, or?
There were a lot of discussions that occurred at the commissioners' meeting. Ultimately, the version that you see in front of you is what was adopted. I'm sorry, wasn't adopted, was forwarded back to you for
Forwarded back to
your
us.
recommendation.
Can we go back to the setbacks in A and go through the setbacks?
I was hoping to hear from the friends from Radnor first.
Okay.
Susan
I
had
was
one
just
more.
looking for, yeah, I think I had just one more that was kind of a question that it didn't match. Well, I don't find it right now.
Well, if you find it later.
Yep. Later. That was it.
All right. So is it all right with everyone if we open it up now for some broader discussion? Then we'll have more discussion amongst ourselves when we're done. What? I don't know. Stop. It doesn't matter. Okay. Can I just see a show of hands of people who are not with the Friends to Preserve Radnor who would like to speak this evening, so I can get a sense of how much time we need? Okay, thank you. So we're going to open this up for public comment. If you'd like to go first, I know you're going to talk about the documents that we received from Friends to Preserve Radnor, and we can just start there. I have a document where the memo is dated February 26th and another memo that's dated February 25th covering the document. It's the same document, right? It's just one has meeting notes. Is that correct?
I don't know. What was submitted to us on the various dates was then forwarded to the planning commission.
That should be accurate.
Okay, so it's the same. There's two. One has the your proposal for the amendment of the ordinance. Of
Correct.
the proposed ordinance. And one has your proposal for the amendment of the proposed ordinance and some meeting minutes.
Correct.
But the two ordinance revisions are the same, correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
My
Please.
name, I'm sorry, go
ahead.
ahead. My name is Jamie Cloyne. I'm appearing on behalf of Friends to Preserve Radnor. I'm appearing for David Honorato. He can't be here this evening, so be nice to me. I haven't been on this for 2 years like the rest of you have. I also do have Maya Von Rossum here as well, who will be speaking regarding the stormwater regulations that we're suggesting, and also Patty Barker, who can answer any questions you have specific to the suggested amendment that they have put together. I'm going to do my best to summarize this. It really comes down to, as you know, you've worked really hard on this for the past 2 years, considered a lot of different opinions, and we think we've come together and everybody's kind of giving a little bit to get to where we really think the best place to be is. And as you know, Friends to Preserve Radnor, they're a group of citizens who pay taxes in this town, who want this town to benefit the most, and also want Villanova to be able to expand in the way that it wants to, but also do it in keeping with the town. So I will apologize. My copy is printed slightly different from yours, so I'm going to try to follow the headings as opposed to the page numbers. But it really comes down to 3 different things. We're really looking at the setbacks, the buffers, and the light and noise standards. And that's where there's been a lot of progress, but still some numbers that are kind of off for Friends to Preserve Radnor. So if we go to Section B, Section C, which is designation of location. Section 1, where it says a comprehensive integrated college development. We also agree that within the applicant's existing campus should stay within the document. If you go down to the actual dimensional regulations, which is D2, where we start going through Section A, the setbacks from the ultimate right-of-way for arterial streets.
Wait, where are you?
If you go to Section D2, dimensional regulations, you'll see that where all the
Oh, I'm with you, okay.
Excel charts are, tables are.
Yep.
So under A, where we're talking about the setbacks from the ultimate right-of-way for arterial streets, we would want each of those to be 60 feet, except for parking structures, which we would like to be 120 feet. If you go down a little bit further to setbacks from the ultimate right-of-way for local and minor collector streets, we would like for all of those to be 60 feet. That's correct. And then we also have, under subsection E, in that same dimensional regulations, excuse me, Patty? I think we said 50 for all of D, which is the setbacks from the railroad property lines and right-of-way. Is that correct, Patty? Okay, so 50 under subsection D, which I think should be reflected in there as well. If you go to subsection E, which I have 2 of them, so I believe ours is an addition, where we talk about the setbacks from a lot used for single-family residential purposes. We agree that that should be 100 feet. Following along, if you go to subsection G, where we talk about maximum building area. We agree that not more than 30% of the CICD site shall be occupied by buildings. We agree with that same wording. And same below with the wording for section 2. If we move on to the buffer planting strip, you have to go past Subsection 3, special regulations. So 3B is buffer planting strip. And we agree also with your comment that we do not want there to be a waiver here. We want this to follow the 20 feet dimension with a 20-foot buffer strip without the possibility for a waiver. Following along to C, with the requirement to preserve land. We just feel that this is a trade-off to help preserve the aesthetics of the neighborhood. So we would like for all of those to basically preserve the aesthetic standards of the neighborhood. Moving on to mechanical, electrical equipment, and trash. This is section E2. We think it's very important that the sound attenuation devices shall be installed on property, all equipment to minimize noise pollution at any adjacent residential property line. Furthermore, number 4, under that, where we specify that the collection of trash and any delivery shall not occur between 5 p.m. and 8 a.m., Monday through Friday only, and not on the weekends at all. Section F, with site lighting. We also believe that these standards, as you can tell, they're very wordy, but they're basically industry standards. So we feel that within 100 feet of a residential zoning district, all exterior lighting shall comply with lighting zone LZ1. So we essentially want low ambient lighting to be used with these specifications below. And then subsection J, under the same heading, number 3. We would like for no noise to be emanating from the district measured at the property line to exceed 65 decibels in the daytime and 60 decibels from sunset to sunrise. Now, as you know, Evan Reeker and David Honorato, Evan Reeker, certified land planner, very respected in the community. They've been working on this for quite some time with friends to make the best ordinance that they think that they possibly can to amend this zoning. So we really feel that this adequately reflects what we can make the best of this particular zoning amendment. I do have Maya von Rossum to talk about the stormwater, and then if you have any questions, I'm happy to pass it over to Patty and Maya.
Well, you have
or
another
can ask Patty
section
now.
here, I think it's an entirely new section about architectural regulations.
We do. We really felt we're trying to make this as simple as possible at this point. These are the most important things. We want you to consider this whole document. Like I said, there are people that have worked very hard to make this a good amendment. That being said, we know that you have about 7,000 revisions in front of you and many things to consider. We want you to consider all of it, but that first section that I went through is the part that we really want to be considered more than anything else. Trying not to make it any more complicated than it already is, but please take it all into consideration.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Maya Van Rossum. I'm the Delaware Riverkeeper, and my organization is the Delaware Riverkeeper Network. And I've actually brought with me tonight Michelle Adams. She is a stormwater expert. Her firm is Meliora Engineering, and she's going to go through, from the technical perspective, the importance of the provisions that we're recommending with regards to stormwater requirements in the proposed ordinance, buffers, native plants, and the connection for the open space preservation being to impervious coverage versus building coverage. But just really quickly, I wanted to address, first off, I want to say, Friends to Preserve Radnor have done a masterful job in the proposal that they have put forth for you. They've invested very heavily in terms of time, money, resources, and experts to bring to you not just recommendations for what you can do to ensure that Radnor Township is protected, but the specific language that you would need to incorporate to accomplish that. And we are very proud that they have included the recommendations of the Delaware Riverkeeper Network in their whole solid set of recommendations. With regards to the stormwater provisions and the buffer provisions, I have heard it said by commissioners and by township staff, well, you know, we shouldn't really deal with that in this proposed ordinance. We should deal with that on a township-wide perspective. We should bring up to current standards the whole township ordinance with regards to stormwaters and buffers. And the Delaware Riverkeeper Network, I absolutely agree with that. That's why in writing at least twice and verbally at public meetings, I have urged the township commissioners to take that step, and I have asked to be able to come forth with my experts to make a presentation as to how the current ordinances for stormwater and buffers are deficient and how they could and should be approved. I have yet to hear back from Radnor Township on my offer to take me up on that so that we can take that step. So I agree with you, with them, whoever says it, that that's a very important thing to do. But the reality is that's a long process. It's a process that hasn't even been initiated, and it's a process that won't be initiated and brought to conclusion before this Villanova zoning ordinance is dealt with and likely passed. So and if you don't include these provisions, therefore, in this zoning revision, then Villanova, Cabrini, and Eastern are going to get away without having to comply with them. So that's why it's really important that these issues get addressed in this proposal at this time, and that you don't sit back and simply let it be dealt with on a township-wide basis. And in short, all we are asking you to do with regards to stormwater buffers, natives, and the open space requirement is to apply current science, current experience, current regulation to what is required for Villanova, Eastern, and Cabrini. We're not asking you to do anything that's out there or that's unknown by the experts. This is what we are recommending, is what the experts recommend. And with that, I'm going to bring Michelle Adams to come speak to you from the technical perspective about the proposals on these issues.
Thank you, Maya, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm going to talk to stormwater first. Radnor has a very voluminous stormwater ordinance, and it covers many things. What it doesn't cover well is volume, how much runoff can leave a site. You manage detention for how fast water can leave a site. You have a nominal groundwater recharge requirement. You have a water quality requirement, but there's nothing in your ordinance that says anything about how much water can leave a site. And frankly, Radnor's stormwater ordinance is far less rigorous than the City of Philadelphia's stormwater ordinance, or New York City's stormwater ordinance, or frankly, the federal criteria for federal facilities. Science and understanding, of which Villanova has been a big, important part of in their research for stormwater, has really established that volume control is what's most important for flooding, for water quality, for reducing downstream impacts. The parcel at Villanova now, because it's almost completely paved, under your current ordinance, would not have to do anything for volume management. It would have to provide detention and very nominal groundwater recharge, but it could send it could still send a lot of water downstream. That's true of all the parcels in the township right now under your current ordinance. So as Maya was saying, if we don't fix that in this I'm going to get the letters wrong, in this amendment to the ordinance for the institutional districts, we will not be solving the stormwater problems. We'll never make things better. We'll continue with the status quo. We will only get nominally better at Villanova because they're removing some pavement and it's all parking lot now. How much water comes off those parking lots right now at the Villanova 7.5 acres? It would be enough to fill this room to a depth of over 300 feet every year. So it's a lot of water we're talking about sending downstream. So there really is a need to close that gap. So what the Friends and the Riverkeeper are asking is really that Villanova commit to the same stormwater volume management that the City of Philadelphia has done. And in the City of Philadelphia, campuses like Drexel and Penn and Temple are able to comply with it. So this is not something that can't be done. And we would ask that Villanova, being such a leader in stormwater research and demonstration and implementation, commit to that. The second part of that that's so important is the buffer setbacks. It's been well established by institutions like Stroud Water Research of the importance of stream buffer setbacks for both flood reduction and water quality. And so Friends and the Riverkeeper are asking for consideration of a 100-foot buffer coupled with native plantings, native landscapes that are healthy and absorb water and support habitat. And also that open space be linked to impervious coverage, not just buildings. Buildings and in the world of the environment, it all creates runoff if it's impervious, whether it's a parking lot or a building or any paved surface. So those are the primary components, but there really is a gap in Radnor's stormwater ordinance that would allow this significant impervious project to move forward without addressing stormwater if that's not closed. So thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Hi, I'm Patty Barker. I'm chair of the Garrett Hill Coalition. I am a member of Friends to Preserve Radnor, and I am a 26-year Rosemont resident. I respectfully request that the Planning Commission motion to recommend and incorporate the Friends to Preserve Radnor, F2PR as we affectionately call ourselves, the Friends to Preserve Radnor language in any draft CICD zoning amendment you forward to the Board of Commissioners. I believe the F2PR language best serves the interests of Radnor residents and the township as a whole. As you are probably aware, Villanova is the author of this zoning amendment. Villanova is not the applicant, as many members both here and on the board continually refer to them as the applicant. The applicants are the residents of Radnor Township. Villanova produced a self-serving document that is not in the best interests of Radnor citizens. Radnor citizens participating in this process have been portrayed as naysayers and have been denigrated in public by Radnor staff, as well as our board and commission members. F2PR's goal has always been to work collaboratively with staff and Villanova to craft a document that provides for minimal basic protections for the residents, as well as accommodating Villanova's desire to redevelop. Please incorporate these minimal basic protections in your determination this evening. The F2PR language incorporates the recommendations by your own hand, by our Planning Commission, as well as the Delaware County Planning Commission, and in consultation with a professional land planner and a municipal lawyer, a truly collaborative effort. The CICD amendment, if adopted, or perhaps I should say when adopted, will be the largest zoning exception in Radnor Township's history. It's going to change the landscape of Radnor forever. The Radnor Township Planning Commission and the Delaware County Planning Commission have consistently recommended deeper setbacks, buffering, and mitigating standards to the Board of Commissioners. Please continue to do so. Please take your charge seriously before it's too late. Please protect the residents of Radnor Township. This isn't about who's right. This is about good, responsible zoning in Radnor. In the opinion of you, our Planning Commission, in the opinion of Delaware County Planning Commission, in the opinion of the municipal lawyer and the professional land planner hired by Friends to Preserve Radnor at considerable expense, this F2PR language is the way to responsibly zone in Radnor. Villanova's version is only good for Villanova. Nick Caniglia is not working for Radnor Township. He's working for Villanova, and he's doing a great job. I respectfully request that the Planning Commission motion to recommend and incorporate the F2PR language in any draft CICD zoning amendment you forward to the Board of Commissioners. I believe the F2PR language best serves the interests of Radnor residents and the township as a whole. Please do everything you can to prevent the permanent and irreconcilable conflicts that will inevitably result if this amendment is passed as it was introduced on January 6th. Thank you for your service to the citizens of Radnor.
Thank you, Patty. Is there any other public comment?
Leslie Morgan, Ward 1, which would incorporate the unintended consequence of Cabrini and Eastern. Can I get a light up here so that I can do my boards? Okay, we're going to start with this one. As I said in my prior comment, we are a certain brand at Radnor Township, and I think it's a good brand, though I don't always agree with the process. So I was thinking about the CICD a lot because I've come to the meetings along with some other meetings I had to come to, and it struck me as nobody's really talking about Ward 1. Little Ward 1 will be impacted by not one, but 2 universities. And people keep saying about Villanova, but the unintended consequences of adopting this huge zoning change really slams my ward that I live in. And we're already very, very dense. So when going through their requests, which I think are very good, I had some comments that I would hope you can keep in mind. And obviously, I've talked about the open space and that we're a tree city, though we're adding density in not only the CICD and in 2 other campuses potentially, also the must you've been going through. So 2 huge increases in density, which are sort of counter to being an open space record holder and a tree city. And we recently, in the recession, got downgraded 2 times. Now, we've come back halfway to AA1, but we do not have our AAA that we used to, and our surrounding townships do. And I think some of this is caused by zoning changes, when you give away zoning changes for free. I'm an advocate of good zoning and good planning. I'm a non-advocate of developer subsidization. So we have a large amount of parks. We believe in trails and healthy living, but we keep adding density. Okay. And the CICD increases density. It increases the number of, one of the Board of Commissioners is having a ward-centric meeting this week, and he still doesn't understand. He went out to his representatives and asked everybody to come to the Italian American Club under the guise that the CICD is adding a few floors, but is less density. So I still don't think that you guys are communicating well enough with the BOC, because he's under the impression that it's only an increase in height, not an increase in density, which is not true. The number of units go up, the number of gross square floor go up, the height restrictions go up, and the decrease in building setbacks are over 100%. My number 3 point is that it's negative for Radnor Township in terms of there's much more concentration of population with retail and all the students living in one spot. And we spent many, many hours listening in this township to the health effects of having so much density of people living in one area. So obviously, this would be not good. By doubling the amount of units from the underlying ordinance that stands today, it's not going to be pro-health, it's going to be against health. The other thing is that I've looked around at other townships, and when they go through large zoning changes, or even small zoning changes, even 2-acre zoning changes, in all of them, they get things like 50-acre free parks that are maintained from them. They get things like off-site purchases of open space and reforestation of areas. And it is put, or they get checks They also get some of the plans,
Can
they
I
get
just-
outright checks.
Can I just make a point? That's called illegal contract zoning. You
Well, okay,
can't
so-
get-
so
you
John-
can't- You can't get money, you can't get land, you can't get checks, you can't get things for zoning changes like that.
Okay, John.
It's illegal.
Then I suggest, respectfully, sir, that you call the
don't-
zoning officer in Newtown Township
I
that
don't
is
have-
undergoing Lysander.
Could
They've
you
got a
please,
50-acre
Leslie,
park.
Leslie, could you continue your comments to the
I'm
board?
sorry, he interrupted
I understand.
me.
Go ahead.
I'm very sorry. I can give you examples in all the things that I've said tonight. 5 other, okay. I said other surrounding townships have received meaningful off-site or investments or open space like-kind replacements. That is a fact. Whether it's illegal, I don't know, but it's a fact that they've gotten them. I came up with something, it may be illegal again, and I'm sorry, I just tried to be creative, on a formula, what I'm calling a CICD Township Reinvestment Formula. And what I think that we keep losing sight of when these large transformational projects come is that we don't start with what's called a by-right plan that we actually see. I know Kevin's done well, he puts it up on writing, but nobody sees the actual plan of what it would look like with by right. And we did that as a neighborhood, and it really helped everybody. We paid for it, we did it, no waivers, no variances. So then you can do a baseline. It's sort of like getting a mammogram, okay? You get a baseline. And so what I thought was, why haven't we done a baseline on the VU site and done what we call a dorm premium? A dorm premium, and so you see what you're actually giving in value exchange. They want something, we want something. I think our township is very valuable. I think also Villanova is a great place. But I think there's an exchange of value that has not been verbalized in writing in your ordinance that also affects Ward 1 in two universities that could really add 2 more dense things, and we don't have it in the ordinance. If we have it in the ordinance, everybody knows what the fair exchange is going to be. And I think it's valuable.
We have seen a by right plan.
We've seen different people's purview of a by right plan. I don't think
We've
that-
seen a drawing of a by right plan for the site. And the dorm rooms were like 430 or 450 rooms.
I thought it was less than that, actually. Okay, I thought it was like 300. And they're asking for significantly more. So there's a dorm premium, and that's worth something. I don't see. So what my thought is that when looking around in the last year especially, and other townships are getting negotiated situations, legal or not, they're getting them. Maybe they're getting sued afterwards when they get these 50-acre parks or off-site investments. I don't know, you guys. But I would like the brand of Radnor to stand for something. I know you're all very hardworking and good, and we have not included that in this ordinance that's going to affect 2 other educational, higher educations. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Hello, I'm John Heckscher. I live on Alderman Lane, and really I'm just hoping to seek some clarification on 2 things that are in the ordinance. Sorry about that. 2 items in the ordinance that I just was hoping for clarification on. One is in 28068, which talks about, it's also listed on page 11, which really talks about if you have 2 properties that are owned by the applicant next to each other, there would not be buffering required. And I was
Sorry, where are
wondering-
you? Say again where you are.
Page 11 summarizes it. Buffering planting strip. And
Page 11 of the,
of the,
of what?
number 1, ZM1, page 11.
Looking at the Planning Commission,
The Planning
Delaware
Commission.
County
Oh,
Planning
yeah.
Commission
Thank
comments.
you.
Sorry. Within that, there's a sentence that says, "No buffering, planting strip, or screening shall be required within the CIDC or between the CIDC and other properties of the applicant." One thing I would just question is, where I live is right across from what's known as the Alban Triangle, which is one property of Villanova being an applicant. Would that mean that the Alban Triangle would not need buffering on it, even though it's within the 200 feet of the CIDC, because it's 2 properties that are both owned by the applicant? So to me, that would give them a loophole to be able to not buffer there, or is that not true?
I'm going to ask Kevin to answer that for you.
Is this in regard to specifically developing the Aldwin Triangle portion?
No, with the, if you were to take the development space on the parking lot and say that the Aldwin Triangle is a separate property owned by Villanova, would that then or would that then allow them not to have to put buffer on that space?
Does the railroad tracks run between the Aldwin Triangle?
Yes.
Okay, so I think the railroad tracks are owned by somebody else.
Okay.
So I think that would, as I recall, they would have to buffer.
Okay, I just want
At
to make
least
sure
that's my thinking. Maybe I'm wrong on there. But you do have the railroad tracks between the Aldwin Circle, the Aldwin Triangle and the parking lot.
Okay, I would hope there'd be something in there that doesn't leave leeway for them there. And then also throughout all of the documents, I really can't find anything that ever talks or specifies required height in a buffering zone. So if you're going to put a building that's 2, 3, 4, 5 stories high, is there anything that says, that defines a height that a buffering has to be, or at least when it's mature has to be? Or are they allowed to put in any plants that are native?
Do they
and
specify the types of trees in our buffering ordinances? Or?
it just says native?
We do not, but as part of the development impact study that would be provided by the applicant, and part of the analysis that would be done would be to look at the visual impacts on all adjacent properties, and then during the conditional use, the applicant would be required to identify and, in essence, provide a somewhat detailed landscaping plan, at which point any conditions of the Board of Commissioners, or in fact this Planning Commission, could make recommendations.
And that when it comes in for the
looking
conditional
at-
use, that's
correct.
when that takes place.
Yes,
and
and
of
we
course,
can
you
look at-
can't require trees to be a certain height. You can only require certain types of trees and hope that.
No,
I was
actually,
just-
you can look at minimum standard plantings as part of the recommendation and conditions in
For when
there.
they go
So,
in.
you know, a 4-foot
Right.
evergreen shrub would not be something that staff would support. If we're looking at a 10 to 12 to 14-foot evergreen tree, spaced 2 foot on center, if it's an arborvitae, double row, top of a berm, you know, those are the specifics that we would look at once we had a chance to review and analyze the visual impact analysis that would be provided as part of the development impact study.
Okay.
So that would not be at this stage, that
Not
would
at
be a
this
further stage. Okay, okay, thank
Anything
you.
else?
That's
No?
it.
Thank you, John. You're up.
Thank you. My name is Philip Barr. I'm on Meredith Avenue. I'm a 20-year resident of Radnor Township, and thank you for allowing public comment on this. I'd like to briefly address the issue of setbacks and ask you to reaffirm your previous recommendations of at least 60 feet setbacks from arterial and major collector streets. That is Route 30, Lancaster Avenue, and 50-foot setbacks for local and minor collector streets and railroad right-of-ways. And I'd like to call your attention to 3 things to support this. See if this is going on. Jim, can we zoom in on this? There we go.
Jim's magical. He can do
He is
anything.
great, yeah. Thank you, Jim. First, I want to give you the first point is to give you a context of existing conditions, and that is that this is a suburban area with large setbacks and not an urbanized center. That's where it is right now. And I want to call your attention to a map that I provided you last time at our last meeting showing the current setbacks. And for example, you'll see that here you're talking about setbacks of 100 feet, 30 feet, 48 feet, 72 feet, all these in the area. This is going from the blue route up here all the way down to Lowry's Lane here. Here's Ithan right there, and this is, of course, is Lancaster going this way. Also call your attention that these setbacks are for buildings that are 2 stories high. These are not for 4-story buildings where you would normally require higher setbacks to gain a sense of urbanization, of a residential and suburban area. Now, at the time that I presented this, the Villanova Council tried to brush it off at the end by saying that the setbacks in the ordinance were from the right-of-way, not the curb, which is where I measured these. And as if this kind of maybe invalidated this study. So I decided to take a look at that just to see how much of a difference it made, okay? This is a GIS map that talks about the right-of-ways. This is Lancaster Avenue here. And Jim, if you can zoom in on this point right here. Can you do it? There you go. You'll see that this is 65 feet, plus or minus. I understand that right-of-ways are not exact. There's some variances from time to time. This is Eighton Avenue here, so this is the parking lot. Right in front of that, the right-of-way is 65 feet. I also measured Lancaster Avenue in that spot. Lancaster Avenue is 50 feet. That means that your extra right-of-way is 15 feet, basically 7.5 feet on either side, which is just sidewalk. So if you want, we can go ahead and...
Is that 65 feet?
Yes, 65 across, that's correct.
Not from the center?
No, not from the center line. 65 feet across. You can see it right there, because it measures both sides. So essentially, what you say, if you want to subtract 7.5 feet from all these guys, you're still at 80, 60, 50 feet in terms of the setbacks that are there, existing conditions. And of course, they're still reminded, if you want to get a feel for what 35 feet is, right now, when we measure the press box bump out at the Villanova Stadium, that's measured from the curb at 38 feet. That's what that feels like at 35 feet. Imagine that going several hundred feet of a wall of dorms, all right, if you can picture that. Okay. Second point is that this 60-foot setback that we're asking for, that the Delaware County has asked for, that you've asked for, is not a real burden to Villanova and does not warrant extreme precedents, setting extreme precedents. Now, why is that? Jeff, you can zoom in a little bit more on this one. Thank you. There's a Google map of Lancaster Avenue, and over here to this side here is going to be Eighton, so it's right the zone here where the parking lot is. And I measured from the center line where the setbacks would be for 35 feet and 60. Now, that would be your 37.5 feet from the center line to get to the right-of-way, plus your 35 feet. And that, I'm not sure if it shows up well on this one over here, but that would be this yellow line here that goes from there right to that, let me see if I can get this, right to that point there, right behind that car, if you can see that. That's 35 feet setback. The red line indicates what 60 feet would be. All right, just so I can give myself an idea of where this really was. Now, that's a difference of 25 feet, and usually I thought, well, that's a significant piece, perhaps, of property. Curiously, though, you've walked that spot where we both did that rainy day in August or whatever it was last summer. They have it marked for where they want it, right at the edge of this parking lot. So where that edge of this row of cars, that's where they're marking the edge of their building at. So here's where 35 feet is, here's where 60 feet is, here's where they're building. Interesting. They don't need 35 feet in order to do that. Why would you give 35 feet if you don't have to? Now let's look at, to confirm that, because I found that very interesting, let's look at Villanova's own drawings. You can zoom in a little bit more on that too, Jim, that'd be great. Skip, this is the by right plan that you referred to just a few seconds ago. And they referred to this primarily to show what they could do by right and what they wanted to do and what the difference was. The so-called anvil dormitory, right, which is right here. This is their by right spot. This is what they wanted to do. Curiously, what went undetected by me and perhaps any others at that time, they show the right-of-ways, or the setbacks right here. Here they're showing 120 feet, where that would be, which means that the anvil has to go here. And here they're showing 60 feet. And that 60 feet is just a hair above where that building is. So if you push the setbacks to 60, which it legitimately should be, they're not giving up anything at all. That's where they're building it in the first place, almost. I'll say, granted, maybe it's 6 or 8 feet. But this is not an extra burden in order to do that, to make that right. The question, of course, again, is why do they need 35 feet? Why would you give them if they don't need it? So this really means that there's minimal changes to their plans. Also, it allows for greater setbacks in the rear for the right-of-way against the railway. Now, all along, the Friends of Preserve Radnor folks and the neighbors in Audubon Lane are saying, hey, we really want buffering at the site, on the other side, on their side of the railroad tracks, on the CID site. And of course, Villanova has said, and according to their plans, I can see why, they really want that parking lot to be buffed up right to there with 0 or 5-foot setbacks, surface parking, right up to that rail line. Now, if you give a 25-foot setback, so you could have adequate buffering right there for berms and for any kind of bushes and trees that are there to do that, all you're really doing is talking about not lopping off 25 feet of a dorm here. Now, 25 feet is probably half a suite. I'm just going to guess it roughly. The first floor is retail or something else, so you're really talking about 3 floors, and you're really talking about doing it here, here, and here. This part would be pushed up. Okay, so let's do the math. I got 25 feet, half a suite, 2 residents, times 3 floors, times 3 wings, that's 18 students. That's less than 2 dozen. That's 1.5% of the 1,165 students that they wanted to put in here. Okay, let's take a look. How much of a burden is that? Jim, you can probably pull back a little bit for this one. Thank you. Off the web, this is their, thank you. This is their residence hall housing rates for 2013 to 2014. I want to see how much it costs to be a resident there. I'm going to guess that these are going to be premium spots. They're probably going to charge the highest, and the highest that they have here is $79, $70, or $8,000 a year. Now, at that point, 1,165, let's just use round numbers, that's $9.32 million a year in housing fees. And I know they have expenses. I know they have debt service and all of that. But it's $9.32 million a year. Is 1.5% of that an unreasonable burden so that the residents behind them don't have to sit with inadequate berming and buffering? That's a question for you guys to answer. Now remember, as we just talked a few seconds ago, the by right plan, let's put it back up again. Jim, a little bit closer in. Thank you. The by right plan here gives about, I think the number was 285, let's call it 300 students that they could do by right. They're talking about doing 1,165, nearly 4 times an increase that you're talking about. Is 1.5% of a decrease of that an unreasonable burden? Now, the third point on all this is the Delaware County Planning Commission has reviewed this multiple times, each time you sent it back to them, and has consistently made the same recommendations over and over again without wavering, which is what? I'll quote from the last one, and I'm sure you've read it. I'm just going to do it for emphasis. With regard to setbacks from arterial streets, it's recommended that the township increase the minimum from 35 feet to 60 feet for all structures, with the exception of parking structures, which is proposed to be at 60 feet already. With regard to setbacks from railroad property lines and rights-of-way, a 50-foot setback is recommended for parking structures and surface parking lots, which is currently proposed at 30 and 50 feet, 5 feet respectively. As far as off-street parking requirements, in order to protect the adjacent residential neighborhood character on Audubon Lane from visual and noise disturbance, the township should consider screening and landscaping standards which consist of natural topography, existing vegetation, dense plantings, and berms. Continuing along that line, on their last page of recommendations, they say the township can consider enacting performance-related zoning standards to address light, noise, and refuse collection, thereby protecting adjacent residential communities from activities that associated with CIDC planned developments. These standards would stipulate maximum light levels permitted and to reach residentially zoned use land, maximum decibel standards at property lines, and minimum refuge collection regulations that indicate trash container specs and trash pickup times. These regulations could bolster existing regulations that are currently within the general code, where reference to such standards would be cited within CICD provisions. They're asking for this. They're saying this is a good zoning. This is not in the current zone. It's deficient in that regard. These are the things that we're asking to consider. So we're at the end of the process, and Villanova is already being granted huge benefits. And nobody's asking you to deny these benefits, nor the ordinance. But 3 qualified groups, Delaware County Planning Commission, the zoning lawyer and professional planner from Friends to Preserve Radnor, and informed, concerned individual residents of this township are saying that this ordinance was written one-sided and is still too one-sided. They're asking you to balance this ordinance with safeguards that make for good zoning and make good sense. And please remember, you're making more than an exception here. You are creating a rule. Please make it one that has the benefits and protections for Radnor and its residents. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Philip.
Good evening, Bob Escrow, 46 Aldwin Lane. I'm going to show you a couple pictures, and please don't take them for face value, but take them in conjunction with what Friends of Radnor have presented, and that is take them in the context of basic protection and keeping Villanova to the standards that we all deserve. Through this process, I had heard that give Villanova a chance, and with the law school construction and how good of a neighbor that they were. And being on Aldwin, for the most part, they've been good neighbors, but, and I've been quiet at recent meetings, and I just felt that this was the opportunity to now, just take a little bit of a stance. Sorry. What I wanted to show you was, this is a tree on Aldwin Lane that fell, and I understand that, the storm, we've all been behind in debris pickup and such, and I've sent a message to Villanova asking them to take care of the tree. And again, this is not about tree, this is about Sure, I'm sorry. This is about keeping Villanova to the standards, keeping them to the buffers that we've talked about, and I've asked them to put this on their list for removal, and basically got kicked back to me that I should contact Radnor, that it's in the Radnor right-of-way, which I didn't think so because the tree fell into Villanova and didn't fall into the street. So I spoke to someone on staff, and they said, no, it's Villanova's. And I didn't stop there. I went to a second person this afternoon, and they said, based on the way I explained it, it should be Villanova's, but they were going to come out and look at it. As of 5 o'clock tonight, this is the tree, okay? And as you can see, there it is. So my basic point is just to hold Villanova to the standards that they commit to in this CDIC, and also don't let up on the requirements that the Friends of Radnor put into their amendment.
I think we all still have trees and branches and debris down from those storms. I know I do.
I do too.
On my property.
I do too.
Okay.
But my point in showing this, and I appreciate you mentioning that, is not that I want the tree gone. It's just that I wanted the commitment that, hey, it's on our list. But what I got was the exact opposite, not our problem. Okay, so I'm glad you brought that point up, because I want to make that perfectly clear. I've been reasonable, and every time that I've spoken here, I want to be reasonable with Villanova, but I don't think saying it's Radnor's problem is being reasonable, okay? Tree diameter, I think that with buffers, you can make a requirement for tree diameter. Also, I've heard that if I bring, or what I'm hearing is, if I bring an application long enough, that changes the side of the scale from not approvable to approvable just because it's been on the books for so long. And I'd like you to take that element off, that just because an application has been here for 18 months or 2 years, that's a reason to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Good evening. I'm Roberta Winters, 326 Williams Road, and I'm speaking for myself this evening and as a resident of Radnor Township for over 40 years. I want to thank each of you for your efforts, and I would also like to raise a few questions. First, is it time for a new comprehensive land use plan? All the exceptions amendments seem to have eroded many of the priorities and goals of the previous one, which is now on record. If you believe so, I would hope that you would advocate for such. Second, is it in the public interest to have planners paid for by the applicants to supplement the Radnor staff in developing documents for zoning amendments such as the CICD? This is my understanding based on what I heard at the Delaware County Planning Commission meeting. Vested interests may prevent objective input and modifications that do not adequately address the concerns of the residents. Third, do potential revenue increases such as one-time permit fees serve to sway decision makers from efforts to preserve existing regulations? We pay for preserving height restrictions, buffers, setbacks, and traffic patterns once. We never stop paying for development that will impact the quality of lives of Radnor citizens for generations yet to come. Finally, should loopholes be allowed in ordinances? These provide those with special interests and unique influence to have the opportunity to seek and obtain special treatment that would appear to what my dad used to call those that have privileged characters. Starting by having by right plans may avoid this. Finally, I really do appreciate your ongoing consideration and hope that you will, in fact, make decisions that do protect our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. Any other public comment?
Just make a very quick clarification.
Sure.
I believe his name was John. He had asked regarding landscaping, buffering requirements, and I just wanted to say the Friends to Preserve Radnor did put specific requirements as far as height and suggested maximum, obviously we're not fortune tellers, but 15 to 20 feet around for the maximum height. So that is within the Friends to Preserve Radnor's plan or amendment as well. If you'd like to take a look, we have copies for you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Did anyone from Villanova want to speak at this time?
Thank you, Susan. Nick Cornelia. You've heard all these arguments previously. I'm going to be very, very brief if I can. We've seen this ordinance before, the ordinance from the Friends. The board has considered it previously. We've discussed it previously. Basically, I would have the same comments regarding the ordinance. I've talked before about how elsewhere in Radnor Township, we have setbacks along streets that are much closer than what Radnor is, or what Villanova is actually requesting here, or what the ordinance is providing, rather than Villanova requesting. There's been a comment by Patty regarding Villanova not be the applicant, and that's just a legal term. And if you look in the zoning ordinance, it refers when an amendment's made, it's the applicant who makes the amendment. So that's why Villanova is the applicant. It's really a legal term as opposed to something else. On the stormwater issue, Ms. Van Rossum brings up some points. I'll just remind the board, we have an existing condition. It's entirely impervious. We're proposing less impervious. We're going to comply with a very stringent Radnor ordinance. And in fact, in the past, Villanova's even gone beyond that. You may recall when Villanova built a softball field, they sunk in about another $250,000 in stormwater management over and above what they were required to do. As to the density for, Leslie was talking about density in Ward 1. Remember, the density is not being changed here. The institutions are still required to have the same impervious coverage and the same building coverage on their entire campus. What is permitted is that you're allowed, in the case of Eastern and Cabrini, it would have to be 200 feet from the right-of-way, which currently is only 120 feet from the right-of-way, in order to take advantage of this. And really what they're taking advantage of is a little bit of increase in height. And as I mentioned previously, I've discussed many times regarding the setbacks and what the Radnor ordinance already provides us to setbacks. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Nick.
Can I ask Nick a question?
Sure.
Thank you. I've had it as a note for a few months, and we didn't meet last month. There was a proposal that we saw from you guys maybe last May, where Villanova's proposal had the larger setbacks. And it's actually still on your website. I'll dig through my stuff. But you actually showed us a proposal that had larger setbacks than what you're asking for now. And I just kind of wondered what changed. It was more of a...
I'm not familiar with that, Susan. That may have been several years ago, if I recall correctly.
I'll dig it up while we talk. It's okay. I'll find it. Because I've had it as a note to ask you guys for a while. Thank you.
I have one question for you, Nick. Hypothetically, if the ordinance, and I'm not holding you to this precisely, but if the ordinance was passed, quote, as is, as opposed to new amendments, how much of the CICD would you categorize as open space? The way you have laid it out, the way you've laid it out.
The open space is not really within the CICD. Remember, it now has to be on, at least in Villanova's case, on the south side of Lancaster Avenue. There will be an area where the CICD is, and then another area where the open space would be provided, not within the CICD, but adjacent or within 500 feet, I believe, of the CICD. Looking at it, there's basically one area in Villanova's area that this open space would be located. And I think
You're talking
everyone
about
knows
the triangle.
We're talking about the triangle.
How big is the triangle? If you were estimating.
Positive.
Or is anybody?
Someone in the back may know that. 4 acres, Steve? 6? I'm not positive. Yeah, I'm not really. Is it 4? Okay.
Okay. Because I was drawing in my head a parallel to the way density modification works, and I just wondered if it was really 15%. Not that it is at all parallel, but just I made a connection for some reason. But thanks for that, information.
Thank you, Nick.
Susan, I think where there was an issue that you mentioned regarding the difference in setbacks is at one point in time, setbacks were measured from the curb line, and that was then changed to be consistent with the ordinance to go to the right-of-way line. So there may have been larger setbacks, but when we shifted from a numerical standpoint, when we shifted to the setbacks from the right-of-way, there was a greater setback from the building, even though the number was smaller because of the difference between the edge of pavement, curb line, and the right-of-way line.
It may have been, I'm trying to find it on my phone. It was in their design concepts for Lancaster Avenue presentation that they did. And I don't know that ever, maybe Mr. Leonardi has it. There you go. I'm just trying to reconcile that. I knew we had seen larger setbacks in one proposal, and I'm just trying to reconcile why that's not workable now.
Can we have the screen, please? Yeah, this was presented to the, Rick Leonardi from Alden Lane. Yeah, this was presented to the May 6th meeting of the, just what it says, to the Planning Commission on May 6th. It's a PowerPoint presentation. It's got 5 slides. Here's the cover. Second page, where it says the setbacks have been changed from 30 to 45 feet. There's no verbiage in there about how it's being redefined from right-of-way to curb. It's being changed. 45 feet in May was okay with Villanova. 2 weeks later, 35 feet was absolutely what was required. No one can identify when that change went in or who by. No, I don't want to be thick, but I can't hear a thing you're saying.
Yeah.
Would you mind using this microphone? Because you're tall and you can't. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the PowerPoint presentation that Villanova provided on May 6th of 2013. You can see the date there at the bottom. Here's the screen indicating just what the setback change was. The ordinance that was submitted in April 26, I think, actually had a setback of 30 feet with a certain amount of padding on the back. The applicant came forward and agreed to a change from 30 to 45 feet. This was seen at the time, or trumpeted at the time, as a real concession. However, when the draft ordinance was rolled out at the end of May, 2 weeks after this meeting, the 45 feet that was advertised, that was shown to the world here in the meeting, May 6th, had changed from 45 and had changed back to 35. And the rear setback had been 20, gone from 20 to 5. And that's where it's been ever since.
Thank you. Could you leave that microphone on the podium in case anyone else needs it? Thank you. Good answer. All right. Nick would like a moment to rebuttal. Would like a rebuttal.
Sorry.
Susan, that was from the curb line. They
that
were
was
all
the curb
measured from
line.
the curb
Okay.
line. Remember, Peter, we went back and forth. Should it be curb line? Should it be right-of-way line? Those measurements are from the curb line. All right, and that.
Thank you.
that's
No,
the
I appreciate it. I knew I'd seen it. Thank
'Cause
you.
I was looking through my old ordinances, drafts, and I know, you have the same, yeah, and it was from the curb line.
Nick,
While you're there,
Yeah.
just a question. Now, if your existing plan we're working off of,
Right.
if you can accommodate a larger setback, can you come back?
Why wouldn't we do it?
Yeah,
I
can
would
you come
totally
back, can
agree
you
with
just
you, but we
double check
can't.
that between now and when you're in front of, just because if
Yeah.
you can,
Remember- yeah.
it affects the other two.
Sure. Remember what we have here, too, as a process. We have a conditional use process we have to go through. Then we have the whole land development process, both preliminary and final, that has to be gone through as well. So there's still a lot of discussion that needs to be taking place.
But the problem is we're
with this.
writing an ordinance.
That's correct.
And our current setback is 120 feet in our planned institutional. Under most cases, it varies. We're cutting that down 25%, basically. And that's not giving a little, that's giving a lot. I think we have made a concession at 60. I think the neighbors have made a concession at 60. Would we allow a homeowner to do that? I have a 2-acre property, and it's zoned R1. I have one house on it. Suppose I wanted to build 10 townhouses on it. I'm going to write my own zoning code and come in and say, look, you did it for Villanova, you did it for Biomed, why not me? What am I, chopped liver? So I really am very, very concerned about the precedent we are setting by allowing huge increases of density by these wholesale zoning changes. And I'll get into that later, but we haven't given, not at all, we've given a lot by giving 50%. We wouldn't give that to anybody else. And I think we need to step back and say, where did we start on this? And how did we get here? We get here because you keep saying no, and we keep saying no, and it keeps coming back to us, and we're still saying no, keeps coming back, we're still saying no. It's got to end sometime. So I'm not giving in.
Okay.
Okay.
Did anybody have any questions for Nick before we go to?
And just one quick response to Kathy. Remember, where you are giving in here is when an institution owns on both sides of the street first. And secondly, remember this density, as we've talked about all along, you still have the same density requirements throughout the entire campus. Granted, in this area, it's going to be more dense. It's also an area that's 500 to 600 feet from residential neighbors' property lines. So, and it's not unique for the township to do this. We know that they enacted an R6 ordinance relatively recently. They enacted a Wayne Business District ordinance. They revised the C3 district ordinance, and these were all based on specific projects. So, it's not, totally out of the ordinary this has occurred.
Nick, I have a question. When Phil made his presentation, he showed that by right with an overlay of the dorms. The dorms were basically 60 feet back from Lancaster. It would seem to me that the one reason you need 35 feet is for the Performing Arts Center, not for the dorms, based on that drawing.
Yeah, I think we still need the 35 feet for the dorms as well. I understand where Phil was trying to come from on the numbers. We disagree with the numbers and the amount of space that we lose on that. So,
But I mean, doesn't that strike you as odd that the drawing was 60 feet for dorms and 35 feet for the center?
I'm sorry.
I mean, you're saying you need it, or that Villanova needs it.
Right.
But the drawing doesn't show that.
Which drawing? I'm sorry.
The one that Phil put up, he probably has it with him.
His own drawing shows
No,
that we lose.
it was Villanova's drawing.
He did a mathematical thing with the setbacks
Yeah,
on
not the
Villanova's
numbers,
presentation.
No,
buildings, the structures.
he was cutting the dorms back. We were losing dorm space.
No, that's from the backside. That's from the rail
No, from
line.
I mean, our,
No, okay, Phil could speak for himself, but
yeah, I
my
remember he
impression,
was saying that we would lose so many.
I think that was
dorms. Even,
entirely,
as I said, I think we lose more than what Phil was saying, and then he went into a percentage that's only, whatever percentage of income or whatever.
I mean, maybe Phil can come back up, but what struck me is that the dorm structures were all 60 feet setback.
No, they're 35 feet.
And then, does that mean the Performing Arts Center is 10 feet?
Performing, whatever the code requires. that's
Look
where-
at the drawing. Can you bring the drawing up? Just take a look at the drawing together for a second. Yeah. Okay. Assuming that that's a continuous curve on both sides of Ithan, clearly the Performing Arts Center is closer to Lancaster than the dorms. A lot closer.
Yeah, I don't believe so, and I'd have to refer to I don't have the plan in front of me, the marked plan. I don't. Yeah, I know the Arts Center has changed as a result of these. I believe at one point the Performing Arts Center was closer to Lancaster than the dorms. I think with the modifications that were added by the township, it has pulled the Performing Arts Center back further away from Lancaster Avenue, actually.
Well, but
because remember, at one time, one director of this ordinance had the Performing Arts Center. You could be 10 feet from the road.
No, I
And that's
know
now moved
lots of
back to
changes have
35
occurred.
feet.
I'm just struck by this drawing at this point that all the dorms are 60 feet back, and the Arts Center is the only thing that needs,
the dorms
appears to
aren't-
need.
Yeah, the dorms aren't 60 feet back, not from the right-of-way.
Is it from the curb then?
I don't know what, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I show this? Just to follow up on that point. Yep. Picture first, Mike. Picture first. Thank you. If I could just follow up on that. If you want to talk about right-of-ways, this yellow line here that takes you to this point is a 35-foot mark, plus the 37 and a half that you have for the right-of-way from that half. This red line takes you to 60 feet. Okay, we know from walking it that they marked off the edge of the building at this point, right here, the edge of that row of cars. So that's not 35 feet, it's not 60, but it's not 35. Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to close public comment unless there's somebody new who hasn't spoken, who wants a chance. I think we got everybody. Great, thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will do our board discussion. Thank you. Okay, we got everybody? Okay, we got everybody? Are we ready to go? Yep. Okay, we are reconvening. Skip is valiantly going to keep track of our recommendations to the commissioners. Thank you. Can you be quiet? We're going to start our board discussion. Skip's going to keep track of the things we agree to recommend or not recommend as we go along, but he may need some help with that, so just speak up when you, okay, we're all going to make comments. Just make a few, if you, just stop us if you need more clarification. Okay. Let's start with our recommendations last time to the commissioners. We had recommended against adoption of the ordinance with all of those memo items. So if we can go back to Peter's memo just for a minute. I'm on the first page of Peter's memo, and those three were already incorporated. The first two on the second page. The first one is the setbacks. That's the major issue there. So let's open that discussion.
See if we still agree with each other about what we already agreed on?
Well, we've heard a lot of things today, and we may not want to recommend exactly what we recommended last time.
Okay.
We may
And
want
not
to make
all
a
of us
different
agreed.
Oh, no, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
True.
Well, I'll start down at this end. I haven't heard anything that has caused me to change my mind regarding the setbacks. I think we should re-recommend what we recommended before. I'm impressed with what the Friends of Radnor have done, and the testimony from the various folks who've gotten up here, I think, really serves to highlight the fact that the community is extremely concerned about the density. I think it would be wrong of us to ignore that, and also without even any input from the rest of the community. I'm afraid that part of Lancaster Avenue is going to look like a canyon, at least on one side. It's going to look urbanized, and it's not going to be at all within the character of this
Okay,
community.
so last time let's go over what we recommended to be specific. I believe we recommended 60-foot setbacks for most of the, where's the chart? Hang on.
I believe everything was 60 well, wait a second. I think everything was 60 feet with the exception of the parking structure, which was 120. I think that,
Okay.
that
Now,
was off of
We're on page
right-of-way
4,
arterial. I'm on
section
page
2A.
2A, yes.
Okay. We had recommended all those go to 60, except for the parking structures remain at 120.
Correct.
All right.
That is the ultimate right-of-way from arterial streets.
Did we make any recommendations to section B,
B?
the next section down?
No, I think they were
okay with those?
adopted.
Okay.
And then C, we...
First break, wait. Are we not addressing anything other than arterial on the 60-foot? All the other setbacks, we are saying we are okay with? Okay,
Well,
all right.
No, I think we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
Because if you go down to 2C, ultimate right-of-way for local and minor collector streets, that was all 60 feet,
Okay.
according to my notes. And I would recommend that that's what we stay there.
And how about D?
I'm okay with 50 on D.
And on the next page, there's a few more.
Oh.
Yeah.
50
Well, the surface parking lot, they had it 5, and you can't do a buffer on that. So I would say 50. Accessory uses, with a college, it's hard to determine a small accessory use. It's not like a shack that would be in the
Right.
back of somebody's yard. So I think probably, to be consistent, I would go with 50 on that too, unless you can tell me
Yeah, they
what
were only
another
asking for 20.
accessory.
I think 20 for the surface parking lots would work too. What do you all think
I
about
think
that?
the
Yeah, I
Friends were
think
at
the Friends
50,
were
weren't they?
asking for 20
Okay.
All right, I can live with that.
and 20, and remain the 20 on the accessory, but they were asking for 50 on the parking structures.
Definitely, yeah.
Wait a minute.
Okay, may I ask
I
a
thought we just said 120
legal
for
question?
parking structure, or about 2.
John Rice?
This is the
That's from
railroad one.
arterial.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Hang on a second, because we have a,
This is going.
we want to get organized. For the surface, for the parking structures set back from the right-of-way for arterial streets, that was 120. For the parking structures set back from railroads, lines and rights-of-way, that was, they have 30 in the current proposal, and we're saying 50? Okay.
Why do we care against a railroad?
Because there's houses right on the other side
Because
of
this
it.
house on the side, we want a lot of room
And the
for
sound
trees.
rebounding off of the structure.
You need room for the buffer.
And I mean, can't the buffer be on the other side of the railroad
In
track?
other words, you could make, you're making an argument that the residents, since Villanova builds the building, have to build their own buffers?
No, doesn't
Because
Villanova own that
both-
triangle?
Oh, well, there's that.
So couldn't they put the buffer there? And wouldn't that be a more logical place to put it? That would, it would
But
hide
that
the-
doesn't, hang on, that doesn't
Not
take
in all
care of
situations.
the
Yeah.
whole, I don't think that Aldwin Triangle goes all the way down.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't, it only covers the
So-
one few houses on the side there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
It's
get,
only at
I
the
get
end.
buffering against the rail
Yeah.
and the building, yeah.
Fine, it doesn't matter, I'm getting outvoted anyways.
Okay, has everyone agreed that those are the buffers that we originally, or close, that's what we want to now recommend? Can we have an informal vote, is that, just on that issue?
Which, this is just the buffer?
The buffers? Okay.
20 foot.
Anybody opposed to the? Okay.
Now can I ask my two quick legal questions? Because I had legal question notes for this section.
Go ahead.
The first one is for John Rice, because it occurred to me sometime in the last 6 weeks or so, that all of the setbacks for the local and minor collectors, and I guess I would even say for the arterial, but that's only one road, and for the major collectors, when it's owned, oh wait, we no longer have a condition, or maybe it got rid of it a while ago, when major collector was owned on both sides. But for local and minor collectors, when it's owned on both sides by the applicant, I don't know if it makes a difference. I think in our minds, we assume that when it's owned on both sides of the street, that it's across from each other. Would this hold up, John, if an applicant owned one section of a local or minor collector, and then in a, different, down the road, own the other side of the street, but it's not across from each other? Could they still utilize these setbacks because they own on both sides of the street? I think we all assume it's across from each other.
Well, yeah, and I think that that's pretty clear that that's what the
Okay,
ordinance
so-
intends. So no,
right.
if you own a piece of ground on Lancaster Avenue and you're 5 miles down on Lancaster Avenue, you own another piece? I mean, that's what your concern is.
John, for one, I was
For
like, I
1
guess we're
mile
assuming
down.
it's across from each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think it's clear
All right.
within the context.
And then the other thing is there was early on a section for private street setbacks that's completely gone. It was in an earlier version. It was E. And that's gone away, and I don't know what would the impact of that being gone be?
Well, we looked at it, and there are no private streets associated with that, so that's why that section was removed.
Okay, thank you.
And you looked at it on all the campuses?
Yeah, we looked at the scenario, and I don't know how that, the origin of those provisions that came in, but ultimately, it's a driveway. If it's a private street, it's a driveway owned by the applicant. There's no reason to buffer from a driveway and access drive.
Thank you.
The neighbor's version had a section E with other setbacks. It's on page 6 of their thing, if you want to look at it.
Okay.
They also had, with regard to E, they talked about all setbacks, not just facilities, when it is near a residential lot.
That section's not in our,
That's the intersection language.
Yeah.
Is that the one? Is it the intersection setback language you're talking
Yeah,
about?
it's section
No,
E
that got
on
turned
page
down.
6.
Yeah.
But that was cut
was
out,
cut out.
wasn't it? Wasn't,
Well, back on our memo, the second paragraph on page 2 is where we had recommended that the intersection setbacks be increased to create those areas. The commissioners did not adopt that or did not put that into the new proposal. I still feel strongly it should be there. I don't know how the rest of you feel. And that's
I agree
similar
with
to
that.
what the Friends have in their paragraph. So I'd like to recommend that we include paragraph 2, page 2 again. Okay.
It's 2E.
Paragraph 4. So you mean 28068, 1D?
I'm on a memo.
Oh, you're working off of the memo. I thought you were working off of.
I want to make sure we hit our memo points first. Yeah. But it kind of goes hand in hand with what we were doing.
Okay.
So we're in the same point here. We're talking about the setbacks for the intersections. Okay, and then the fourth paragraph, this is about the elevators, special setbacks for elevators and stair towers in parking structures, and the elimination of setbacks between the CICD and other lands owned by the applicant, and therefore recommended deletion of these two provisions. I don't know how you all feel about that now.
That is, I think that, and the reason that Peter wrote that he believes it would cause problems for Villanova, Villanova happens to own they own a little tiny slice, correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, they own a little tiny slice of residential on their side of the tracks, that if they have to provide the setback for that residentially zoned land, that creates a problem for them. We talked about that in a public meeting. I don't think that that's the reason to craft zoning around it. I think that that's a de minimis relief that he should ask for. No, it would be, well, maybe it would be a waiver, but I think it would be zoning. I think it would be a de minimis variance, but that's not how they went with this. But that's what that's about. That's why Peter wrote he believed this would cause problems for Villanova in the memo.
Are you talking about the elimination of setbacks for the stair towers and elevators?
That was the second part. It was saying that when you own land,
That paragraph, the next sentence.
Well, there's two parts then.
there's a little, they own a little tiny bit of property.
Yeah, I understand
Yeah.
that, but I don't think we should eliminate the special setbacks for elevators and stair towers. I think they should all be the same.
So we want
For
to
the
keep that
buildings.
paragraph. We want to
Yeah.
continue to recommend that. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Good. Okay. No, we want them both, so we can leave them together.
Wouldn't that happen later?
Yeah, we could separate it out just to make it clearer. Yeah, let's just separate that out into two sentences. So the one is the special setbacks for elevators and stair towers and parking structures. And the other one is the elimination of setbacks between the CIDC and the other lands owned by the applicant. And we're still for both of those things being included.
Okay, we're,
What?
yeah, it did not, I agree with you.
You're good?
I see no reason why if they don't decide the street, they should be exempt from setback. I see no reason.
Okay.
I see no reason at all that if they own both sides of the streets, the setback should be any different than if they don't. I mean, it's a public
Okay.
street.
And then the last paragraph on that page.
Wait, that paragraph says just other lands. That paragraph says just other lands owned by the applicant, not necessarily separated by others, by streets.
I
See
think
in
we ought to
Peter's
be
memo?
consistent with the setback between buildings, period. No matter what Villanova calls it. I don't understand what the reasoning is for the rest of this paragraph there. Am I interpreting it wrong or something?
So here's where the taking out for, I mean, in the case of Villanova, what it means is if they own all the residential property adjacent to adjacent to them, they don't have to have any setbacks. And that could be the case at other institutions that have been
Exactly.
buying up their, and that's why we don't want them to, that's why we wanted 4 back in.
Right.
The reason that it got struck is that little tiny piece of land at the proposed CICD. And that's why I think they should just go for a variance for that
Yeah,
little
I would
piece.
agree.
Right, and you're fine with separating
Yeah, I
it into two
agree.
sentences.
Yeah, well, that was just all put together in one, that was all put together in one memo bullet, but it's actually 2 different provisions in the ordinance.
Okay.
Well, we need to remember that we're doing this not just for Villanova's situation. I mean, that
Exactly.
tends to
That's
drift
why
off
we have that
sometimes, so.
concern.
So we're gonna recommend that 4th bullet point be put back in again. We're gonna recommend that. Is that right?
Okay, the last bullet point on that page was not adopted by the commissioners.
The only part that wasn't adopted was the part that to the extent that they exceed the 45%, it goes back to being meadow.
Right. I don't feel strongly about that, but
The reason that was generated was because when you have impervious existing, our ordinance requires very little. If you're talking about developing land that is not already impervious, it's a totally different thing than a parking lot. So in particular for this project, the stormwater ordinance is not strict. It's very liberal. It's not consistent with what is the current methodologies in other townships surrounding us. And it's not consistent with what everyone in Chester County does, and it's way less restrictive than what's done, as was pointed out, in Philadelphia.
And because this thing is specifically designed for the redevelopment of land, we're already talking about land that's got impervious on it. And we know what the shape of the CICD is for this applicant, but the other 2 applicants could carve out a CICD that carves a higher percentage of impervious to suit what they want to do, and all they have to do is keep it to 10% up under the existing and make the same argument. I mean, it's a lot straighter conceptually to see it at Villanova right now because it's a parking lot and it's all one shape. But, they could finagle any shape to suit that.
I've got a question for John Rice. In Peter's memo, he refers to that the university has a legal nonconformity concerning the impervious surface coverage. Am I correct that that's a property right? Would we have, if I'm correct in that, are we restricted in what we can insist that they do?
Well, they have an existing situation where the ground's covered with impervious. So, yeah, they would start with that as an existing, whatever that impervious ratio is, and it would be non-conforming. But we're talking about doing a zoning amendment here, so, it's not like they're building, I guess they're building on top of what's there, but we're not starting with a raw piece of ground. So, non-conforming uses or non-conforming conditions like impervious surfaces, setbacks, there are some protected rights there. It really depends then what are they going to do beyond that, and what do they want to do beyond that.
You know, John, to your point earlier about you can't ask for certain things in terms of, you know, free land or a park, but since they're doing a greater density, isn't this that moment in time where you could ask for a higher level of stormwater management as a quid pro quo?
Yeah, you could. You could put those, I mean, I agree with Maya that there's certain things that the regulations don't govern. And Radnor has a situation with existing impervious, but I would be a little concerned about putting extensive stormwater regulations in this ordinance. If you want to do that, we have a separate stormwater management ordinance. With a project like this, as Nick Cornelia said, there's going to be a conditional use hearing, which, in my view, is really where the rubber is going to meet the road on this and on any other large project, because all the details are open to being addressed at that time, over and beyond what your ordinance may require.
You know, as Kathy said earlier, the setback just went from 120 to 60 feet. Why can't the stormwater be more comprehensive than our existing ordinance?
It can, but you put a lot of regulations in here trying to engineer a plan, which that sometimes creates unintended consequences.
Well, everybody just agreed in some way to pay a fee because we have a problem.
Right.
Well, so
not everybody.
My take on all of this is that because they're basically scraping this thing and starting over from scratch, which in reality, then it's not unreasonable for us to say, yeah, consider the whole thing meadow and say that you're allowed to build 45%. You can go above that as long as the stormwater runoff is going to be equivalent to what it would be if it was, say, 55% meadow and the rest of the housing, whether it's
We don't want
impervious or
someone to
buildings.
actually use an area that is a meadow just because they're not going to get anything for using it.
But my point.
But they can't do this CICD in those areas anyway, because it specifically says the redevelopment of land. So that's, I mean, and I appreciate.
And in Villanova, it's very clear what's happening, but because, you know, in other cases.
But in the other cases, they still can't use meadowland because that's not redevelopment. This ordinance is specifically for the redevelopment of land.
Yeah, but are we trying to
They could.
make this one really like restrictive, or are we trying to, for their whole campus, have a comprehensive plan that kind of fits within reasonable stormwater management guidelines over the whole campus, or are we just trying to solve all the problems on this one site? I feel like we're trying to solve all the problems on this one site, and we're ignoring the fact that they have a full campus, a lot of which won't be developed in the future. That's my feeling.
That's not how I view it. I view it as, I mean, literally, if I could take the stormwater ordinance that has been written here tonight, or not tonight, but has been written, if I could bring it to the township and say, please enact this tomorrow for everybody, that, to me, that would be the most respectful of every property owner in this township who's about to start paying a stormwater fee. But that's me. And that's me knowing that how we see water pouring down streets. I don't see how we can ignore the comment about volume. We have all seen the streets flooded. Fire trucks can't get through. We're so flooded with water pouring around. Who can deny volume is a problem? And so I respect John's opinion that this isn't really the best place to put the stormwater ordinance in. I actually agree with you, but my concern, and I was going to ask you this as a legal question, is can we have a way of, is there a different condition we could put in here or requirement that if we amend our stormwater within X number of days, that it's applicable to them, because if we pass this without stormwater stuff in it for the volume, and then, you know, they bring in a conditional use application next week, and we don't have a new stormwater management ordinance in place, then they don't have to
Well,
adhere to it.
you have an ordinance, it's just,
It doesn't address volume,
right.
and that's
It-
the big thing.
Right. So, you know, maybe you make that as a recommendation to the commissioners. You know, that something be drafted, or at least as part of the conditional use. Because I think you make a recommendation on the conditional use application too, correct? Comes in front of you, and it's going to be a land development in front of you.
But we can't require them to do things that aren't already in our ordinances.
Yeah, we can.
But we can ask the
My-
commissioners.
Wait.
My
This is-
experience, and Nick Cornelia has heard me say this many times, every developer comes in here looking for some relief from something. So that's,
He's written this, he doesn't even need the relief for that little piece of
you don't.
it's already done.
You don't know what relief they need until they engineer this and file their land development plan.
Okay, now getting back to the, I mean, my thinking about bringing this up was, and I just picked the numbers because they said 45% impervious and so forth. My point was going to be whether the site is 45% impervious and 55% meadowland or impervious or fully pervious, whatever, or it's entirely impervious as long as it's got stormwater controls or something on there so that the water runoff is not going to exceed, you know, I'm saying 45%, or we could say something halfway between what it is now and there, or something. But saying, you know, 10% less than what it is now doesn't seem to me to be
10% is impervious, not the runoff. There is no control in the runoff right now at all.
What we're recommending, the way that we talked about it last time, and we wanted to control the runoff, was by changing that condition to read as meadow. That gives us more stormwater controls, and we thought that would be a good way to affect these properties that are going to be probably pretty impervious at the time that they're changing. Not all of them, but that's how we got there the first time, I thought. Is that your...
There was a
Well, one of the
logical
issues is
path
this
that
is-
we
I'm
followed.
still there. I don't feel
This is a very
differently.
impervious situation where Villanova is. I don't know whether that is actually true in Cabrini or Eastern or Valley Forge.
You know, we just did the Villanova train station addition and asked them to do more.
Right, so why don't we...
Well, I
Stick
feel
with what
like
we
we should
had.
stick with what we have because it's justified and it's not excessive. It's very minimal. What we're asking is not something other than what other townships are already doing in our surrounding community.
Okay, can we
What's
all
that?
agree on that?
What, no, what is it?
I have a quick question, John, if I could ask you. If you have a non-conforming building and you tear it down...
I'm turning the page.
You then have to build a conforming building because you've lost your non-conformity, correct?
I don't want to be here for...
So why is that not true?
Not necessarily.
Well, if it burnt down, then you can build the same footprint.
Correct. You have to, there's some provisions in your zoning ordinance that deal with these situations. Every township deals with these differently, but I agree. Generally, if you're going to tear it down to the ground, we've had some situations where people have only tore it down to the
Left
footer.
corner standing there, yeah.
Right. And then we've had, you know, some disputes over how far you can go with
Well,
that.
carrying that onto the parking lot then, why is it if you're basically scraping the property, are you allowed to continue on with the nonconformity of the impervious?
Well, that isn't what I said. What I said, I was asked about Peter's
No, I'm just
memo.
asking you as a separate point, because
Yeah.
we were talking about, it's just a matter of curiosity. If I'm taking up too much time, I can talk to you later.
No, I think Peter's memo was that the ordinance was drafted the way it was because of that existing impervious condition. You know, not necessarily that you can't do something over and above that. You can recommend whatever, what I just heard recommended tonight, what you recommended last time, and it goes back to the commissioners and they'll make a decision on that.
But Kathy, the way we're writing this ordinance is so that...
I'm okay with the way you're writing it.
Well, not from my recommendation, the way we're writing the impervious cover is that we're saying, even if you remove it all, we're still allowing you to continue with that. We're actually allowing that in here. Do you know what I'm saying?
realize
Whereas
that,
our
but
existing ordinance
my question was, why are
doesn't.
we allowing it? Does it continue with the nonconformity?
But the language is that we are allowing it.
I know.
the existing, exceeding the existing allowable percentage of impervious cover. We're purposely allowing for that the way this is written.
I realize that, yep.
Do we want to?
Less 10%.
Right.
But and that amount exceeding the 45% is what we wanted them to return to Meadow, which I feel like is a very, I think it's a fair.
That's what I'm trying to do, but we got another page, page 3. The plant that we had asked for buffer planting strips, 200 feet of the CIDC to screen from adjacent residential uses. And the point there was we were asking that it not be, the waiver language be eliminated. At the bottom of that first paragraph on page 3 of the memo.
No, well, we did earlier, yeah.
Okay, does anybody have any strong opinions about that? We're on the top of page 3 of the memo, that first paragraph.
All right, where the commissioners could waive it?
Right.
No.
Well, can't you get a waiver from anything under our saldo? Why?
Yes.
Why is this being singled
I don't,
out?
that's why I don't think we need the waiver language to encourage it. You can always ask for a waiver. You can always ask for it. Right, so
Yes.
I say we leave that in. All right. Second paragraph. On what?
I don't have a not done or done note on this.
We
because I
took
think
some of it was
was
taken
done
out.
and some of it wasn't.
Some of it wasn't? Who remembers?
I do.
Go ahead.
I just have to get to the right page back in the buffer stuff. I know, I just have to find it.
I have it marked from when we went through.
Oh, this is a section on not to include the areas within the rights-of-way, the easements, the required setbacks, the already preserved lands or undevelopable lands, and that was taken out. Was it all right, let's find it in the ordinance. Where are we?
It's Special Regulations C2. The preserved land shall be located within the CICD or within 500 feet of it, shall be located entirely within
What page
Radnor
are you on?
Township. I'm on the red line version, page 8.
Okay.
C2?
C2.
Special Regulations C2, and now it's red. But what's changed is that our writing included, shall not be separated by an arterial or major collector street, and when all possible, act as a buffer. But we also had, and it couldn't include right-of-ways, required setbacks, already preserved lands, or undevelopable lands. And they took that
Well, I don't
language
think we should accept
out.
preserved lands that are already preserved lands, so I think we need to put that back in.
No, they left that in. They took out the part, here's exactly what they took out. They took out the part that's within required setbacks and otherwise undevelopable. And I don't know why they struck those two, maybe staff knows. I think it has to do with whether or not that precludes the designation of Aldwin Triangle as one of these preservation lands. That's what I think it has to do with.
Because
But I don't know why, I don't know.
Well, I think the neighbors, if anything, want the triangle as I think they want the triangle as the preserved land.
So should we keep this, or should we change it? Yes. Please come up to the microphone.
Hi, I'm Tish Long. I live on Aldwin Lane. And about 15 years ago, the triangle was in jeopardy because Villanova was going to build a healthcare center on it. And Jim Greenfield represented us at the time, and it was determined that that land, because of the way it's situated, and I believe it's more than 6 acres, I want to think it's closer to 9, that it was not buildable. So we believe that it's already untouchable.
Thank you. Nick?
I was involved in that project, and it may have been 10 or 15, I forget how long ago. And it was the Student Health Center that is not accurate, that we determined was not buildable. The neighbors came out in very vociferous opposition to it, and Villanova felt there was another spot that we could build it. We wanted to keep good community relations, and Villanova backed off and built the Student Health Center at a different location.
Thank you.
Nick, you're
do you
saying
know
it is
why-
developable land? I mean, hypothetically.
The reason that was stricken, Susan,
Yeah,
is
that's-
because
yeah.
it would take away Aldwin Triangle.
Wait, no.
I mean, the reason this language is the way it is now, because the language that the Planning Commission proposed would exclude the Aldwin Triangle.
But Nick, didn't you just say that Villanova was going to build a health center there, and then on Villanova's own initiative withdrew that plan?
That's correct.
But that meant it was, quote, developable until
Yes,
the,
that's
so it maybe is still, quote, developable.
Yes, it's developable. Yes.
So what's the language
So why
in
don't we
this,
leave
in
the
this
under-
section that's impacting Aldwin's Triangle?
I believe, again, I don't have the language in front of me, Susan, but I believe it said something about right-of-ways in there.
Yep.
And,
It says the preserved land shall not include areas within rights-of-way.
no, what was
or
stricken?
easements. The part that was struck was, or required setbacks, and then or areas that are otherwise undevelopable. Those were the two statements that were stricken. So I
Well, I
don't know,
guess
is it a
areas that are
setback?
undevelopable, does that include setbacks and right-of-ways or not? I guess that would be my question on that. When you say undevelopable, does that include, what does that mean?
Steep slopes?
And I think that's
Yeah,
what, I
steep-
think that's
Or
what.
swampy
Marshy
land.
areas,
Yeah.
things
Stream
that you can't
beds.
build in.
Undevelopable meant. But it did impact, that language did impact Aldwin.
It did.
Yes.
That's what I thought. That's
Yeah.
why I thought it was struck.
Okay, I'm going to recommend that we not make any further push on this one and just leave it the way the commissioners put it. Is everyone fine with that? All right. And then the last one in the memo that I want to talk about is the final paragraph there. This is about the dorm rooms. We were concerned that we have an old zoning ordinance and the dorm rooms size that's in there is much too small. And at one point, we had thought about proposing a new number, but then we thought that wasn't put in. How do you all feel about that?
Can I ask John Rice another question? Because we talked about this at the last meeting, and then Peter pulled the language over, which was great that he did that for us because we didn't come up with numbers.
Right.
I think the legal question was, given that, and John, this is a question for you, given that the way the CICD is written, it supersedes other sections of the ordinance, so the fact that there are not standards in here for dorm sizes, does that mean that they don't have to maintain dorm size standards? And that's why we put it in here, to make it clear that that they would have to maintain minimum dorm size standards.
I think what the commissioner's discussion was that they thought that that was redundant compared to what's in the current zoning.
Right, but this,
There's standards in the current zoning for dorms, correct?
But there's a repealer on this. It just says basically, it repeals whatever doesn't agree.
Well, it doesn't repeal everything, it just repeals whatever's inconsistent with it, that's all. Doesn't repeal everything that's on the books.
so the already existing PI dorm room carries over for this. That was the question that came up, so that's
Right.
why we put it in.
But is that something we really need to worry about? Because if they're building higher-end dorms and suites, don't you think they would have a room that would be marketable under today's
We
dormitory
have no
conditions?
idea how many dorm rooms. They're saying they're proposing 11 dorm rooms for 1,100. What if they decided to go with smaller rooms and put 1,400 in there? I mean, they might view that as a good thing because it gets more kids out of the neighborhoods.
But I think they're
or
looking
not.
at it for marketing and being up there with the more exclusive universities and colleges.
As long as our existing
Remember, it's this
holds over,
also,
then
this is
that's-
not just Villanova, this is any other university.
Correct,
And
but-
Villanova certainly has a reputation, and we're sure they're going to build lovely dorms, but how do we feel about Eastern and Cabrini? And-
Well, no, if what John is saying is that the existing housing facility room size, if that carries into this, then it's covered. That was
right.
what all they came up last month about. It was whether or not.
Oh, I
if-
thought the point was that that existing is too small.
Well, it is.
But we could change it later when we change the
Right.
PI. Okay.
I would. They already struck it.
They've already not used it. I don't think we should, I would say let's not recommend putting it back in. Okay. Okay, so that concludes our discussion on our old memo points. So now let's open it up for the new points people wanted to make, either from things that you all have brought up or from the Friends document that we looked at. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
I'll try and speed through these. Generally speaking, we went through the sizes, so that takes out one of my big arguments. In the buffers, the neighbors mentions...
Just say where you are.
I'm just talking generally
I'm
right
sorry,
now.
go ahead.
Where we're talking about buffers, the neighbors version mentions berms in the buffers. I don't know if that's something we need to put in at this point, or that's covered down the road, once we get into development plans.
I would think that would depend a lot more on the specifics of each design and not be a general requirement.
Okay. On page 5 of the clean version, it would be section maximum building area G, subparagraph 1. For purposes of calculating total building coverage in the CICD, parking structures shall be included. Okay, never mind, I was reading that wrong. That is good. I think it should be included.
So that's okay, all right.
But under T2, it says parking structures are not required to be included in the calculation of individual building coverage. I think they should be treated like a building with regard to coverage.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, should I move on?
So what are we agreeing on?
We're still talking,
Okay.
We're looking at,
G, maximum building area 2,
Section
subparagraph 2. Last sentence says parking structures are not required to be included in the calculation of the individual building coverage.
Means that they can be more than 10%.
I think they should be a building. I mean, included with the building coverages.
They're included in the total building coverage. They're not included when you say that no one building can be more than 10%. That's the difference. In above, in 1, it's saying for purposes of calculating the total building coverage.
They shall be included.
They shall
Okay.
be included, but for purposes of saying that no one individual building can be more than 10%, parking structures aren't covered. They're not included, which means a parking structure could be 20% of the 30%.
And how do we feel about that?
Well, do we want, let's look at a big parking structure? I don't know why it's like that, because it looked like they're intending to build mostly dorms, so I don't understand why why they have it worded this way. But it means that the parking structure could be physically bigger
Than the
than
dorm.
every other building on the CICD. We just have to close our eyes and envision that, see if we like it.
Well,
They are going to be lower, though, shorter.
Just
38.
one story.
3 stories, I believe they were, weren't they? Yeah. Do you want to discuss that now, or should I move on?
oh no, we should discuss it now.
Okay.
Kevin, can you give what your thoughts have been on this point?
Well, I think from the total area, obviously, it's included. Is an applicant more likely to go through all of this process just to build a larger parking structure when under the current PI district, parking structures aren't regulated? So that's why, and that was staff's change, we added the individual building coverage to address the concerns that we were hearing from the neighbors and from the Planning Commission about the building massing along Lancaster Avenue for the dorm buildings. So that's why that provision was put in there. You start narrowing down a parking structure, they need to be of certain size for efficiencies in a way internal vehicular traffic moves within those. We didn't think it was necessary to further limit the parking structures because they're generally on a concept of a CICD are going to be limited because that's not the purpose of a CICD is to build parking garages. If they wanted to do that, they could do that under
do
the
that
PI
anyway.
without any restriction. So there is part of the total, so we limit what can occur in a CICD,
That makes sense to me.
but not from an individual building standpoint.
Thank you. I'd say leave it alone.
Leave it alone? Okay.
Wait a second, but how would this impact that garage that Cabrini wanted to build?
That's not in a CIDC, that's nothing to do with it.
Well, they could designate land and put their they can designate land and say, this is where our CICD, we would like it to be, and would like to put our gigantic parking structure inside of our CICD. They're not
Susan, if-
restricted with how they can
If they
define
wanted
it.
to do that, and Cabrini wanted to utilize the CICD provisions and include existing buildings, that all goes towards the total percentage of the total building coverage. There's nothing prohibiting an applicant from utilizing existing buildings as part of the CICD. It would still need to meet the total building coverage requirements. They couldn't exceed that. So if that parking garage, for example, was larger than the 30%, then they would be creating a nonconformity as part of the CICD, and that would not be permitted.
The other thing is that structure was 120 feet off of Eagle, and now it would have to be 200, which would put it awfully close to the heart of campus. When their
Parking
application.
structures are
No, but
120 feet off of major collectors.
Their application was at 120 or 125. So, but if it's part of a CICD,
It's 120 feet off of
well,
a
that's
major collector.
true, yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Should I move on? Are we leaving that in as it was, or?
I would leave it as is.
I'm
Given
okay with
Kevin's
it.
explanation, unless you feel strongly. All right, what's your next point?
Okay. Do we want to address riparian buffers? Or next page 6, the Friends version of it is on their document, page 8, at the bottom. This says 50 feet. The Friends, I believe, says 100.
Yeah, we've gone back and forth with the riparian buffer on several projects recently. We think we were all in agreement that the township needs a new overall riparian buffer, but we've gone ahead and put it
But in the interim, what should we do here?
What did we do in the other places? Wasn't it 75?
I think we split it.
We split it? Let's recommend splitting it here then.
Did anybody watch that? There was a video that we were sent.
Wait,
or a link.
what's splitting, so I can write that down?
It was pretty compelling that
75.
100 feet is like
Yeah.
the minimum we should be doing. I don't know if anybody else watched that video. I think
I
the
did
river
watch
keeper
it.
sent it
watched
to
it.
us. The Stroud thing. I mean, I am, Kathy, not to interrupt, but we might have a 5-minute discussion that might help move something along here. But that alone was so scientifically based, and those people have no skin in the game in our township, and it was so clear we should have 100 feet. We should have been doing 100 feet a long time ago. But I guess my question is, you're going back and forth between the Friends to Preserve Radnor version. You know, we've gotten a number of emails, and we got a request tonight. There was a point with the mixed-use ordinance, and I actually wasn't here the night you guys voted it down, but there was a night that you guys voted down the mixed-use ordinance, and then we started working from a staff ordinance, and then it got introduced at the Board of Commissioners. And we've had a number of people say to us, why not just recommend adopting the Friends to Preserve Radnor? Is there any traction? I mean, I'd happily make the motion if it's going to get seconded and discussed. Is that a more efficient way to approach incorporating the Friends to Preserve Radnor
There are
comments
entire sections of this ordinance that I wouldn't support.
of the Friends to Preserve Radnor?
Yes, that's why I think we need to go item by item, because I think, I mean, once we get into, for instance, the architectural requirements, you know, that's completely different than the direction we've been going. I would not personally look to recommend them.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if anybody else feels differently
Sure.
as we go back through. I mean, we've been asked, and people have the impression that we've been looking at the Friends to Preserve Radnor document, and I think tonight's the first night we've actually even really picked it up and looked at it and even talked about some things in there versus some things in here. I'm not saying it's perfect, because no
And I
ordinance
think
is.
some of the things in there are things that we had already recommended, and I think we've all reiterated that, and I think we're in agreement with many of the points in that ordinance, but I personally wouldn't want to take it as a whole.
As to the architectural piece, if you recall in the paper that we got from the township, the 2 different memos, a number of citizens met with the township manager, and he's forwarded the architectural piece to somebody in Ohio to review and give comment. So I don't know if that means he will make recommendations, or we should say in our comments to the commissioners that someone should evaluate these for our use in this ordinance or other ordinances. I mean, you have to look at the fact that we never had the detailed language that we have in the must ordinance and in the CICD about all the new bits of information that an applicant has to come up with, for the conditional use. And this might be the moment to, at a minimum, recommend to the commissioners that they strongly look at this and/or, hire someone. We're going to collect $3 million in fees or whatever it is. Maybe we can spend 50 grand on Simone or someone else to evaluate the architectural language. And maybe we should recommend that, as opposed to just saying, let's go, so to speak.
I guess my concern is that these buildings will be up and built before then, but,
I think
so I've put the question out there. If I make a motion to adopt it, will it get a second? And, it either will or it won't. We've had the public ask us to do that, and I can make the motion that we recommend the Board of Commissioners adopt the Friends to Preserve Radnor
I'd second that.
motion, their ordinance. And John seconded it, and, it'll either pass or it won't. I just I hate that we just kind of leave it out in limbo, that request.
I can see that it would be appropriate to address this in some way. I think that on certain issues like setbacks, that most of us are so much in agreement on that, for example, the 60-foot setback on the arterial, that if we delivered an 8-1 vote or a 7-2 vote, that would be very effective. I would hate to see us vote on this and have it preclude other motions
Well, that's been my dilemma about it all night,
and
yes.
give them a 5-4 vote, and they'll say, well, they're split, so we're just going to go the way we've been going.
Well,
That's a fair
the Friends
comment.
to Preserve Radnor made 3 major points of the biggest things that they were up for, and it seems like everybody's pretty much in agreement with those 3 major things. As for, like what Julia said with the architectural features, if we start to tell people how they have to build architecturally, that is based on what we perceive as being attractive today. If we look back at some of the designs of the 60s, the 70s, or any other time point, there's quite a few people would say, I can't believe we designed that and we thought that was attractive. Like, that's what we're going to get ourselves back into, is stipulating a design that we perceive to be attractive now, but may not be considered that way 30, 40 years from now. So we have to be careful about how much we prevent their creativity and ability to design appropriately for their campus. I think that the 3 major topics that you spoke about when the Friends to Preserve Radnor came up, those are the ones that they're looking to push and that everybody seems to be in agreement on. And those are the ones I think if we're going to vote on anything to pull from them, that we should pull it from there.
Okay. All right, Kathy, you were on a roll with your...
One question. Is it anything else other than the architectural that holds you back from the Friends?
Well, I went
yeah.
through, and actually, I worked from, oh, okay.
Oh, go ahead, you go first.
I went through, and I didn't review the Friends ordinance as the number 1 ordinance. I reviewed our ordinance as the number 1 ordinance compared to the Friends, and if I thought the Friends section was better, I made notes of that here to refer that to you, as that we might want to take a look at that section on there because it had more detail or whatever. So I did not review Friends as the one ordinance to go with tonight, so I would feel uncomfortable taking a vote on that tonight, but I am okay with looking at sections of it inserted in ours or for consideration along with our ordinance.
Well, I'm going to
And my other
withdraw
big
the
concern
motion.
was the stormwater.
Okay, you had the storm, all right, so
It's not that I don't think it might be good, but I don't know that yet. I couldn't
Okay.
recommend this yet.
I'm going to withdraw the motion because I appreciate Skip's comment. If it's going to have a split support, that will send the wrong message to the Board of Commissioners. And I put it out there to see what kind of support it would have. It either has it or it doesn't. And we'll continue to forge the way that you've proposed.
Okay.
For now.
Okay, did you have other points, Kathy?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Do you want to make a decision on riparian buffer at this point?
Oh, we were talking about riparian buffers.
Want to go
You know,
75?
I've had
go along with that. I don't feel strongly about it.
I've had a second thought on that. I think we ended up at 60 feet as a compromise. Why should we compromise to start? maybe the commissioners will do that for us. Maybe we should say 100, and they'll go to the 75.
Yeah,
We're talking about what to say.
Well, I'm in favor of 100. It seems like that's the most
Okay, I
appropriate.
think we generally are saying 100. Don't
All right.
put that in.
Do I hear 200? Okay, oh, yes. Page 8 of the clean version, it's section, let me back up and see what this is under. It's talking about off-street loading requirements, and,
2A.
yeah, I suppose that's it. I didn't see anything noted here for food service off-street loading. They talk about retail off-street loading, but it is a dormitory and it will have food service, and they have large trucks come in with food provisions.
Would that be
So-
included in off-street loading, or does that need to be separate?
Well, they were talking specifically for retail subordinate uses in paragraph 2 there.
Ah.
So I think somewhere in here, it might have been the neighbors where it's normally at least 2 off-street loading for buildings of this size. I think I saw something to that effect in here. But I don't think, it says here, there should be no off-street loading requirements except for retail subordinate uses. And I didn't see food service addressed.
Well,
Maybe
Are they
John
having a
could-
cafeteria?
Retail subordinates defined, the uses are defined on page 3 of the clean ordinance. So it would apply to all those uses, including the bistro, eatery, personal service, clothing, banks, indoor. So, I mean, it's covered, all those uses are under that heading.
But how about cafeteria, food service? I'm talking
They're
about.
not allowed to have that there. They took out dining hall. We took out dining hall
In
from
that
the,
big dormitory, they're not going to have any food service for a cafeteria in there?
it says dining facilities, but there was an earlier version that took out dining hall.
I think it's still in there.
Yeah, you're right, I see it.
Kevin or John, do you have a sense of what the
In
loading
other words,
requirements
is
would be for
one
that?
off-street enough loading zone for tractor trailers?
Is one enough?
Yeah.
Does the ordinance say that only one is required?
I think, the
I
way I
guess-
was reading it. I could be wrong.
It says off-street loading facilities shall have adequate unobstructed access.
Unless they, excuse me, unless they misread it, Delaware County said something about that.
That may have been where I read it.
And it does say that there shall be no off-street loading requirements except for retail subordinates. So the dining facilities, loading, unloading, anything into that building won't have any off-street loading requirements.
I was asking about it. I mean, I think it needs to be addressed somewhere.
Oh, yeah. If you just take out, Regina's right, if you just take out the first sentence of 2 and just start with all off-street loading shall be adjacent to the use being served by the space. Because up above, our off-street and loading requirements are already saying they'll be defined in 280, 103, and 104.
Okay, so
Okay, so just taking out that first sentence will fix it, our concern?
I think so.
it works for me, as long as it's addressed somewhere.
Okay.
Say that again?
Section
Remove the
2.
first sentence.
The first sentence under 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
on the middle of page 8.
Okay, got it.
Is the trash collection in here about the times? It's in the Friends ordinance, page 13. I didn't see it in this version.
No, they added, that's a
That's
friend's
an added
comment.
thing.
Do we want that in?
I would think that that's not really a residential neighborhood. It's a dorm. And yes, it's a residential
Well,
use, but,
no, but the residences are behind it. That's
yeah,
what,
but we're going to have all the buffers and everything.
okay. Pardon me?
But we're going to have all those buffers we just talked about.
Noise.
Well, what's our residential trash pickup time? I mean, mine gets, what time does yours get picked
Bus
up?
stop time, so 8:30.
Mine's 7:30. 8 o'clock.
Yeah, so is my income thing.
So I guess maybe we should stick with what Radnor Township has,
Sure.
just
Keep the noise down.
so that, as long as they're not picking up earlier than what the Audubon neighbors see
Not in the
their
middle of the
pack
night.
up. Right, not the middle of the night, obviously, not before.
I think the other issue is the trash pickup at a dorm is a big metal hopper dumpster, and the trash pickup at your house is a little trash can.
Yeah.
So would you like to use the wording that the Friends group recommended?
I think we could take a look at it.
You know, the other
Or
thing-
have the staff take a look at it.
Well, I think
and insert
we have to
something.
do it. We can't go
Okay.
say, go take a look at it. We have to
Okay,
decide.
page 13 it is,
Yeah.
of their version.
And, you know, the other thing, it struck me on campus, there might be special events, and if you say there's no trash pickup over the
On
weekend,
weekends, yeah.
that might not be
Yeah, I was
good.
sort of questioning that no weekend thing.
So how about if we?
Because they will have private trash
How about if we
haulers.
recommend the first part of that? That's the not occurring between 5 PM and 8 AM. I'd make that 7, actually, but,
Are you on the Friends version now?
yeah. But I'm saying, let's take that, the first part of that, and add that to our recommendation.
How
Does
would
that sound good
trash
to you guys?
pickup be affected by access during busy time periods in the neighborhoods? I mean, is that a
It
consideration?
could be whenever.
No, it's noise, it's got to be
But
all
no,
noise.
but also, like, we're worried about just access and vehicles, and is there anything we should consider from the standpoint of how early or late they pick up based on how it impacts the neighborhood?
I
with
don't think it would go through
timing?
the local neighborhood. They would be commercial trash haulers, and they frequently come at all hours. So I don't think they'd be going through the neighborhood streets. I would assume they would come down
No,
Lancaster
definitely not the
Avenue.
neighborhood streets, but, you know, where they're picking up trash. I guess this also will come into play when they lay out their plan, but
Yeah.
their
Buffering the
access
sound.
to that space versus delivery of
I
food
think we're going to have to
versus-
address that for each
For each
CIDC
place.
that might
Yeah.
come individually.
Okay.
Okay? What's next, Kathy?
All right. Actually, on design standards, on the Friends, page 14 through 20 has a lot of different design standards, not just architectural.
Right.
And I think there's some good parts in there, and it's too much for us to go through tonight. But I think we should go through and see what we can take from that and put into this that would be appropriate.
Do you think that this is another situation where we want a recommendation from staff or perhaps an independent consultant who's already consulted on this?
Either way, either way.
I think we've already had Simone Collins work on the CICD,
Okay.
right? Kevin?
They did, they actually made some overriding comments about it.
In fact, one stray comment that's never been picked up is that they recommended the minimum donation be 15,000 square feet instead of 10.
And there was one other thing, oh, yes. Back to the, our plan, page 6, on building length. The Delaware County Planning Commission said that there should be greater articulation and greater percentage on page 11 of their review. They said that they thought 6 foot was not enough of an articulation on a log building to make a difference.
Do you want to recommend something larger?
I don't know what number to recommend, quite truthfully. They said a greater degree, and I'm not familiar enough with that to pick a number out. They said 1 to 4, but I don't understand that enough to know whether 1 to 6 or 1 to 3 is better, so I can't pick a number.
The Planning Commission's report, I noticed that they said that, and I haven't been able to find this, that the ban on drive-throughs disappeared, or is it there? And I'm just
It's
not
later
seeing it.
It's
down.
covered somewhere else in there.
It's later into the
Yeah, I think that's okay. It got
special
moved.
regulations.
Well, how does everybody feel, though, about the building length?
It was about that,
About the changes, not the building length? The
It was this-
articulations.
I have the same comment highlighted, and it said that they were suggesting a greater offset than 6 feet is what it was, but, I mean, I'd ask Elizabeth, Julia, what would be an amount on a building that's 180 feet long? Is 6 feet's a pretty small percentage. What will give that visual change?
6 feet makes a strong shadow, and that's what you're looking for. I wouldn't want to get into designing the building.
No, that's what Delaware County said. Do you agree? Did that occur for you?
I think I don't agree, but I don't feel strongly about it. So I'm certainly open to suggestions.
We could hypothetically just recommend 10 feet.
Or we could just recommend that they consider making it larger and not give a number.
Well, that would be at the plan stage, I guess, as opposed to the ordinance.
Sometimes it's not so much the offset, but it's what changes in the height as well. So you just are looking for a difference in what the eye sees and not just some uniformity. So if, even if they didn't step back as far, if they drop the height or, they do some other type of change, it can vary so that
Break
it
it
doesn't
out.
look like one. So I think it's hard to actually say it has to be a certain foot back.
Right, and that would be
because there
hard
could
to address in a zoning ordinance.
It really
Sure.
would be. You'd have to see what they're designing and see if that gave you the.
Then I would recommend
the
leaving
offset.
it the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's next? Anybody else have anything? Who else has something? Besides Susan, does anybody else have anything? Go ahead, Susan.
No, I mean, there's more detail in the Friends to Preserve Radnor. If adopting it as a whole is not going to happen, and I don't want to send the wrong message by it being a split vote, so, I guess it's good for us to know one way or the other on that. They do have some details in here that I think are good. For instance,
give us a page number.
I don't go by page number. I go by ordinance number so that you guys can find it regardless of which version you're using. So
Okay.
under the dimensional regulations, E, they had recommended that all setbacks be 100 feet from the boundary of a lot used for residential purposes. And as long as I have clarification that parking structures in this ordinance are covered by facilities, it would be a parking, we're not going to get a parking lot set 100 feet back from a residential lot line, or maybe we should. We had it worded something like that in our version, and it got changed to facilities. So that was one. They had new language under F, default exceptions concerning setbacks. They had recommended language that was protective of Eagle Road and King of Prussia Road and Radnor Road that I thought was good. I have to get to their exact wording to tell you what it is, but it basically acknowledged that in the more, where the proposed CICD is adjacent to the major collector right-of-ways along Eagle, King of Prussia, and Radnor, there should be a setback of 200 feet for parking structures and surface parking lots. So, yeah, see, I don't go by the page numbers because we're all working off of different versions. But they added in additional language there that I thought was appropriately protective of the different neighborhood feel of that ward from, Villanova. I'm just looking for my...
Actually, I agree with you, Sue. That was part that I missed. I had that
Can we
noted
just change
also.
that setback in our recommendations?
No, it's 120
No, this was
on major
related to
collectors.
other
Okay.
areas like Cabrini and,
Yeah, see, I'm fine with 120. I don't know how everybody feels.
We had 200 for certain uses in existing PI, so we're now giving that to them. I feel very strongly about the 100 feet riparian buffer, but we talked about that. Under Maya's suggestion, the preservation of land can't just be mowed lawnscape and landscape, which is under requirements to preserve land, and that doesn't seem all that it matters, except that when you watch the stormwater stuff that she's been sending us, it's pretty clear that natural grasses and not a manicured lawn is actually much more protective and better for stormwater management. I mean, watch the videos, they were pretty good.
What section are you in?
I am in, under the requirement to preserve land, the Friends to Preserve Radnor people had an extra provision, it was 6.
Okay, hang on. Does anybody know what page
know.
that's on?
I'm looking.
Is that after the architectural stuff?
It's actually before it.
On the red line, page 8. Under special regulations.
It's either on 8 or 9, depending on what version you have of their
Okay.
Friends to Preserve Radnor.
Right.
Or maybe it's even page, no, it's actually page 10.
C
That's
at the
the
top,
such
okay.
lands.
Thank you.
Shall be primarily vegetated with native trees and shrubs and shall not be maintained as mowed lawnscapes. And it just comes down to, I mean, she did a presentation when they were doing the stormwater fee about how golf courses don't really hold that much water. Mowed lawnscapes really don't. So in the ways that we can try to make things better for volume and flow, I think that we should.
I totally agree with you that it would improve the stormwater.
Right.
The more plants you have, but this is a college campus. They may need the mowed space for playing.
It's on the other
But
side
they
of
can
the
get a
street.
waiver then for that, right? If they can't provide it in this format.
No.
No?
This is a zoning ordinance. You cannot waive anything.
No, it would be a variance.
So a variance.
in the zoning ordinance. Well,
If it was
Harder.
needed that had to be mowed land and you couldn't provide anything otherwise.
yeah, you could always go to the zoning hearing board, but variances, even though the practice is different, are supposed to be difficult to get. I mean, you're supposed to show a hardship.
Well, what if we were to put that in and say if some kind of
If it's not using for active
to
recreation.
the Board of Commissioner satisfaction, incorporate those.
Okay.
How about if we were
elements.
mentioning that to use that type of landscaping in the riparian buffer?
Well, I'm just saying, in this case, we could put it in there, but say it's as part of the conditional use process, that they have to do as much of that as the Board of Commissioners is looking to see. Does that make sense?
I'd be tempted to go with one of Susan's ideas and say, why don't we just possibly vote on this section, the requirement to preserve land as is? 'Cause I don't know how everybody else feels, but I think maybe we're closer to a majority on that than a split. Is that the preserved land section with 1 through 6?
Page, are you talking?
Well, I'm looking at page 10 on mine, but it's a marked up.
Most of it's there. I believe that it's only number 6 that's really the change.
Yeah, this all sounds like what we have.
It is. The 6 was the last thing. It was, it's small ways that we can be making a difference, but, so you asked me what my thoughts were. These are the things I came through with. I just think with regard to some sound attenuation and light protection, those things I would bring in.
Yep.
I'm looking
Which
at the,
Okay, just a point of procedure.
ahead.
I don't want to read through all the things and then go back and talk about them.
Why don't we make a
We have to
decision
make
on
a
the
decision
ones
on the
as
things
you bring them
go.
up?
Otherwise, I'm afraid we're going to
Yeah.
lose things.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so I personally would not include number 6 under C. I think it's too restrictive. But I don't know, how does everybody else feel about that? Would you like to see that 6 included?
I think in light of the fact that we just enacted a stormwater fee on the entire township, that we should incorporate it in some way. I don't think we should incorporate it in a way that there's no exception from it. So how do we do that without making, obviously if it's impractical and can't be achieved, we want to have
Oh, well, wait a second, there
We're
is a
not
part of
preventing
it. Hang on, there's a part of it that's hard. Such land shall be new open space areas. I don't know that.
I don't think that's practical.
Right, that part we can't.
How about if we use
just
that
could-
terminology as, for the riparian buffer areas?
I think that we have separate language on riparian buffers with the old ordinance at 35 feet and the rest of the code.
Okay.
But as to this section, the 6, there's also, for your purposes, Regina, just to give you some comfort, it says primarily vegetated, not exclusively. So in the word primarily, there's a little flex, I would
Or
think.
could we just put, it shall not be maintained as mowed landscapes except in areas that are used for recreation?
That might be the way.
Because if you
But
have,
then
if you want to
it's-
have.
Then it's not a buffer
about a
anymore. then it's-
percentage?
Does that mean it's a
Meant
ball
to be the
field or
buffer.
something?
This isn't a buffer.
Right next to the houses?
This is just open space.
This isn't buffer. This is just talking about the land.
The open
The
space.
open space.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as soon as it's a ball field, it won't retain water as well.
Well, parkland, I mean.
It's worth putting it in there as long as they can get relief from it if it's impractical, if it's unachievable. We're saying primarily, it's not like,
Pretty hard to.
Well, it says primarily, let's just leave it. If you guys feel
but we don't
strongly
need the part
it.
about the end where it has to be new.
But I don't think you can
open
write in that
spaces.
it's okay not to do it then.
No, I'm saying we don't need the part about the new open
No,
spaces.
we don't
Let's
need that.
scratch that.
We want that deleted.
I have a couple of questions about this section here. One concern is that if it's not mowed, how is it maintained? Because sometimes, you can drive down the highway and see these flower gardens in the middle of the median strips there, but sometimes they're not flowers and it looks really bad because the flowers haven't grown. So how do you maintain that, first of all? And then one of the other things would be safety. One of the reasons the triangle is safer is that you can see. There's not a lot of, because it's mowed, and you're walking through it, you have a visual, especially in the nighttime hours. If you keep open space but allow access through that, and you have native trees and shrubs and not mowed area, does it decrease safety?
I would leave it up to the individual campuses to decide what kind of landscaping to have. I mean, I love the idea of making it all wilderness, but it's not practical when somebody's using that space.
Can I make a comment? I mean, I think what you're all saying for the last 15 minutes is you wanted this to be a naturalized area.
Thank you.
And not a mowed area.
Thank you.
It's that simple. So you can make that recommendation in here, or, again, I know I keep saying this will be vetted and discussed in front of you when it comes back as a conditional use. How do you want, because then you'll have the piece of land, you'll know what it is, you'll know the size, you'll have a set of land development plans, and you can pick it apart then. I mean, you can keep picking it apart tonight if you want, but what I heard was you just want it to be a naturalized area. So they're the kinds of things, the details, that, you can try to cover every contingency in a zoning ordinance. It'll never happen. And there might be something unintended, but you'll have better success during the conditional use and the land development process. You're going to be able to, sink your teeth into it. And we have provisions for planning of open space already, I believe, in the Saldo. So, I mean, that's good. I mean, I think your recommendation is you want a naturalized area, you don't want a mowed
And delete the rest of it.
grass area.
Yeah, why don't we just
Or
delete
at
the piece
least-
that says and shall not be maintained as mowed? Just delete it.
Well, I don't think we need any of, we don't need to use this.
John, I
section.
appreciate that comment, but and I would love to think that that's the case, but from what I've seen and learned in the last 2 or 3 conditional use hearings we've done, which now we've done a whole bunch in the last couple of years, is that we really don't have as much. I would love to say that we have teeth. I would love to say that we could have, really, required some pretty strict stuff, but I don't end up feeling like we do get to do, that it's much more limited, that if it's not in our ordinances, we really can't ask for it. I mean, maybe it's a nuance that I'm missing.
Maybe we didn't know what we could do, and now we're learning.
Okay, so what would you like to recommend?
Maybe we
I
should
think
let
that the
that go.
naturalized area is good.
Delete it.
I'm not going to live or die over every little thing that I'm
Yeah.
looking through
I
here.
think
There's
we need to
lot.
pick our
There's a lot
battles.
of Friends to Preserve comments that the details, I think,
Okay,
are
are there other that are
superior.
really what are the other significant ones? Let's move on.
I'm sorry, what's problematic is that I have to keep going back and look at the actual wording. In their suggestions for the impact study, there was language that said that they should have to include their other development projects that they kind of have coming down the pike. And that may have been a comment that I saw from that meeting that some community members had with staff last week. And if we feel that that is sufficiently dealt with in here in the development impact study, so be it, but I don't know that it is. But we do want to have a sense of what else are they planning.
I don't think we always get the full truth on that because, over the years, I've seen these 5 and 10-year plans, and most of it did not include what came to pass. So I'm not sure how much that would help.
Those were the ones, Julia. I mean, I'm looking through, nothing else is jumping out, and I'm trying to find if there is.
Thank you.
The 3 paragraphs that I had that were good, that I've starred in there, was on page 12, 6 areas designated for off-street parking. Below that, the mechanical, electrical, and trash, the buffering on that, and the site lighting.
Right. Okay, where are
So
you?
those 3 paragraphs.
Where are you?
I'm in the Friends, pages 12 and 13.
You mean pure friends?
But it's
Yes, all Friends.
She means only friends, not.
The one that the Friends.
Mechanical, electrical, equipment, and trash?
Yeah.
Okay, I found it.
There's 3 paragraphs there on those 2 pages.
And which things are you concerned about?
Well, I thought that they were written well, and I didn't think we were covering it. The paragraphs begin, areas designated for off-street parking, that is 6. And then E, mechanical, electrical, equipment, and trash, they're talking about screening and so forth. Correct, 1.
We've already modified trash.
Okay. And then the lighting, site lighting on F.
We just modified trash, though,
Okay, that's fine.
to allow weekend pickups.
That's, okay.
The site lighting referenced when they're within 100 feet of residential district. They had cutoff requirements and low lighting and things like that.
Yeah.
That was that lighting
paragraph,
stuff.
Yeah.
Again, up against a residential district seems reasonable to me.
All right.
So make a recommendation.
I would suggest that we add in the complete wording of that lighting, site lighting, so it's
F?
F. Yes, thank you.
And all the subparts there.
Okay, everybody take a minute to read it to make sure. Yeah, I think that's fine.
What did we decide about the noise pollution comment? I know Kathy had brought it up earlier, I'm not clear what we said about that.
Well, are you talking about friends, or are you talking about,
Friends had put in some,
they had decibel levels,
they did,
which,
thank you.
I mean, what's in our existing ordinance about excessive noise?
There's a very short provision in the code that has no decibel level measurement, which we're actually going to probably work on soon because there's been some noise issues. It's not in the zoning ordinance. It's just a general code. It's very broad about how you enforce excessive noise. It's subjective, so there's been some issues. I would like to have an ordinance that actually has decibel levels, depending on where you are, which is not the easiest way to,
Would you want that in zoning, or would you want that in the general code?
in a general code. I wouldn't want it, I've taken noise provisions out of zoning ordinances about 4 or 5 different places because of just some enforcement issues and some other issues. So we pulled them out and done enforcement actions using a decibel level, depending on your zoning district or, you know, where you are in a municipality. But we don't have that currently. We don't have anything that deals with noise by decibel levels.
So, John, you're going to deal with that likely as we're going through conditional use, and it'll just to apply to the entire township. So we'll have the protection here by dealing with it in the manner you're suggesting.
Assuming that, I'm assuming we deal with it quickly.
Right.
But it's on, it's actually, there's a couple issues in the next week that are going to deal with noise, and
No, but kind of whenever something
Yeah.
like that comes in, it'll just apply.
it applies.
Right,
correct.
okay. Then we don't have to-
There's no,
Okay, but the site light-
there's no non-conforming noises.
But the site lighting paragraph, is that appropriate to have in the zoning ordinance? Because we talked about, we wanted to add that in, and we like the site lighting details that we see in this
I mean,
rendition.
I think we can still recommend.
Lighting provisions are usually in saldo in most ordinances.
But it wouldn't be inappropriate to have it here.
Appropriate, depends on your point of view.
Okay.
We just
Put it
did
in.
we just did it for
I see it as
township
I see it as another detail because they're going to propose something for lighting. It's going to be scrutinized by the board during the land development process, conditional use process. But it's up to you. You got to make a recommendation if you want to leave it in or not.
I think we put it in.
Okay. I think we all agreed on that one, right? Okay. Who's got anything else?
Did we talk about the off-street parking and the mechanical room, include all of that?
You got to use your mic, Doug.
I didn't hear you.
None of us can hear you.
The mechanical, electrical equipment, we talked about section 1. We're going to include sections 2, 3, and 4 as well.
What page are you on?
Just above where the site lighting piece.
Okay.
We talked about it. It wasn't clear to me what we did.
I think it's a little bit too much myself, but I'm waiting to hear from you all.
I can't hear.
Mechanical, electrical, and trash. There's subpart number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. Are we going to adopt all of that?
I think it's too detailed. I mean,
Okay.
dumpster enclosures shall match the building material. There could be plenty of other great ways to do that. It's just too much
Okay.
to design that for them. All right.
That's fine.
I think the language about protecting equipment from making noise, whether it's on the roof or on the ground, should stay in.
Didn't we already do that?
Yeah.
We already did that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else that isn't incredibly minor?
No, but could we give the public a chance to maybe come up in case we missed something that they said to us a long time, just to consider, in case we just happen to, is there any?
yeah.
Well, one thing, if we want to recommend what we're saying with the stormwater, anything that's enacted in our code that's more strict would have to supersede what's in here. That's, how do we put that in there? Like, we want the stricter regulation.
John?
Well, you're recommending that this stormwater proposal be included in the ordinance, correct?
Unless our current code is stricter.
Wait, I thought we were just putting the thing about the meadow and.
Right. But if at the time an application
Not-
comes in,
not
our
this stormwater.
Radnor Township stormwater code is more strict.
Right.
That would control, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a
Thank you.
detail. We'll work that. Yeah.
All right, so we'd like to hear from public comment again, but not, we just want to hear specifically if there are certain things you'd like us to reconsider. We don't want to hear everything again. So if anybody wants to come up and talk for a few minutes, you'd be welcome. Come on up.
I'll just be very quick. Jamie Kloin again. I heard all of you basically say that you agreed with the buffer planting strip, but I didn't hear you talk about it.
Yeah, we all
afterwards.
agreed on 100.
Okay, so you agreed with that 100%. And I just want to remind everybody, this... No,
Riparian.
I thought she said she agreed with it 100%.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
No, the buffer planting strip. So if you're looking at the Friends to Preserve Radnor, it's the version I have, it's 9. But for you, it's B under 3, Special Regulations B. And I feel like everybody said we agree with this. We think this is great, but I didn't hear it be talked about. And And then just as a general note, I hear a lot of, well, we're going to do this in the future, and I understand that as a firm that does a lot of municipal law and land development as well. We're talking about a land development attorney, a municipal attorney, and a certified land development planner with over 50 years of experience between two people who drafted this ordinance. So I think you need to keep that in consideration as you're considering all these provisions as well.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Anybody else?
I'd just like to reiterate what Jamie just said, which is, and what we spoke to earlier, is the more you put in to help the residents, that's a beneficial thing. So the mechanical, electrical, and trash, I mean, okay, great, you don't want to match it to the architectural standards, but they shall be enclosed by construction on 3 sides with gates to remove containers. I live behind St. Edmunds. I went through the conditional use process when they were putting up their addition. And let me tell you, conditional use process has no teeth whatsoever. Anything you can put in here, please put in here. Please protect the residents. I don't know how many times we can ask you to do this. And I do want to say thank you, because you as a group are actually weighing what we have to say, considering what we have to say, listening to us. We feel very well heard by you. So I do want to tell you how much I appreciate that, because we do not feel that way by the Board of Commissioners. And I guarantee you, a lot of the stuff you're putting in here, they're going to take right out again based on what we've seen. So please, put in as much as you can to help us, please. And we do support Villanova. Again, I do want to say that. No one is trying to prevent them from developing. They have absolutely every right to do so. We're asking for reasonable development, reasonable zoning, and in a true good agreement, both sides are unhappy. No one is going to be happy. There is no perfect solution here. So please remember, you were appointed by the board, who were elected by we, the residents. We should come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Julia? I think Jamie is right that we didn't really touch on the buffers that much.
Okay, let's do that now. So do you want to make a recommendation, Skip? What page are you on?
Well, on my version, 8.
Okay.
I mean, some of this had to do with slopes on the buffers, minimum height. I think somewhere is in here about 4 feet, and one of the objectives is to block lights of cars from shining into your windows, and so the earth has to be that 4 foot high. Perhaps if everyone is in agreement, we might look at this as one of those sections where we say, let's do what the Friends of Radnor have said as to this one area.
And you're talking about all of B?
Yeah, I would say let's go with all of B.
Yeah.
Just pick it up and put it in.
So that is just basically all of page 9?
Pretty much so, yes.
Okay, let's all take a minute just to read it.
Again.
Again.
I guess the only tricky word is opaque, but
I'd like to take out the first mention of berms. I think that berms are fine, and down here it talks about how to construct them, which is fine, but I think there are a lot of situations where you may not want berms.
I would leave berms in. I'll tell you why, especially where you're covering a parking lot.
Yeah, but you're not
Because
always
it covers
covering
much
parking
more
lot.
than
This is a lot
planning.
of different, this could be a lot of different situations.
Yeah.
And you may not want berms
That's
everywhere.
true.
And
It's not
so.
requiring berms.
Require them. It just defines them.
But owner may
And continually
place.
maintain a planting area not less than 20 feet in width containing berms.
It's containing berms, hedges, evergreens, shrubbery, or suitable vegetation, not
There's an
and.
or there.
It's an option. It's not required.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't want it required either.
If you don't, that's how you're reading it, I'm fine.
I like it.
I'm fine with it. Anybody else?
This is a nightmare memo.
Thank you, Skip.
Don't
We're
thank
so
me
proud
yet.
of you.
Don't thank me yet.
Okay, anything else? All right.
With regard to the buffer, no. I mean, so we're going to, do you want a show of hands to put that in, or you had pretty much consensus?
Everyone, does anyone object to putting? the
Yeah, no,
buffer?
I'm good with it.
Okay, we're good.
All right.
I mean, do you think we should actually have a vote, though? I mean, because what if somebody doesn't like it?
Putting all 5 sections.
Well, we're going to vote on
Okay,
the
all right,
motion.
okay.
And now, do you want to go back to the trash thing?
Are we putting all 5 sections in?
Yep.
The one thing I'm thinking of is when we put all of these recommendations in place, can we somehow emphasize the ones that we feel are the strongest about? And then have kind of like secondary concerns or something like that? Because I don't want to dilute the importance of the primary
We can do
concerns.
that, yes. We can pick.
Is this our final sign-off on this to the commissioners before they vote?
Well, this is what's going to happen. We're going to make our recommendations tonight. Those will get passed on to the commissioners. They will then decide whether or not to make any changes at all to the proposal that they have sent to us. If they decide to make changes,
Then it comes back again.
then it comes back to us.
Okay.
If they decide not to make changes, then this is our final chance to make
Okay.
any recommendations.
So if they decide not to make changes, then we get nothing of what we asked for.
No, we get everything. Well, no, I'm sorry. If they don't make any changes, we're screwed.
Yeah,
If they make one change, we'll see it again.
yeah. Gee, wonder which way it'll go.
Okay, do you want to discuss the mechanical electrical equipment section? Does anybody feel strongly about that?
I'm trying to find it in the Friends of Preserve.
It's page 12 in the Friends.
Or 11, depending on version you're in.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I know Patty spoke, strongly for it, but
I mean, I think, I'm not familiar enough with what's going to be required if nothing's in there.
We like the site lighting in this section,
right.
and we're just revisiting the mechanical and trash, right?
Yeah, I just assume not revisit it, but I'm just checking.
Well, here's, I guess, somebody just said the question out loud. What's the existing screening requirement with regard to trash?
Probably put a fence around it.
Kevin, have you got that?
I mean, I can look, it's probably in the data.
There's a section right below, and it's, the version that I have from the Friends to Preserve Radnor version is page 11. I keep hearing at page 12, all the mechanical stuff that I have for the changes is on page 11. But then on page 12, there is, I believe, subsection 2, which I believe is what currently is in the version that the commissioners passed down to you, which is the 1.6 version.
Meaning the
So the
sound.
part that says all such elements shall be screened from view. In addition, sound attenuation devices shall be installed on all equipment to minimize noise pollution at any adjacent residential property line. That's still in, right?
Correct.
Is it possible that when they are, in other words, I agree with the entire concept of this. My concern is that when we start to call out certain materials, that those materials are in constant improvements as we develop new products. And for instance, a lot of people in our neighborhoods, we use metal trash cans because the squirrels chew up all the plastic ones. So do we really want to call out as
No.
specific as plastic?
No.
Those are some of my little, but I agree with the whole concept. I think you're right about controlling smell, noise, and what it looks like.
Well, if
but
we say all
be
such
careful about
elements
that.
shall be screened from view, doesn't that cover a lot of that?
Yeah, it
So I
does.
think just leave what we have.
Well, I get their point
Oh,
about the
sorry.
chain link fence. That's not much of a screen. I mean, I'd leave that one sentence in anyway.
I've just, Julia, in the existing PI,
You've seen the woven
Put
through it.
plastic through it.
70 regulations, utility, storage, maintenance areas, including solid waste containers, blah, 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 shall be screened from view from public streets and abutting properties. And then it goes on to say it may be accomplished by walls, fence, or brick or wood fences, or a buffer planting strip, visual screening so provided shall be of sufficient density so as to not be seen through and of sufficient height to constitute an effective screen.
That
So
sounds
actually,
fine to me.
The existing PI ordinance
Yeah.
has screening.
Right, I think we're fine.
Okay.
All right.
Anything
else?
We're not.
Why, can we talk for a minute about the stormwater? You just don't want to include the stormwater section?
I want to include the part that we had recommended previously. And I want to increase and the riparian buffer is very important for the
Right.
stormwater.
So why not the overall stormwater? You've said that several times, and I didn't
Right.
really hear your
Stormwater
thoughts
needs to be
why.
in one place.
Because I'd like it to be in one place, hopefully. And when I was reading through it, I wasn't sure if this was right. You know, just because somebody tells me this is perfect, I don't know that. And I also think that, let me find the one part, hang on.
Page 19 and 20.
Yeah.
What we recommended earlier ties directly to exceeding existing allowable impervious cover. And that's why I feel like it can work here. And it doesn't go into methodologies, it's just limited to cases where you're exceeding allowable impervious cover because we're allowing for that with the 10% reduction. So we want to address that accommodation with a component of stormwater.
Do you think that should be written, though, in our regular code? Because what if our code ends up being better than what is in here? You know what I'm saying? Like,
We were
is it
just
better to
told
be
that
in one place?
the stricter would control.
The more stricter regulation controls.
And in our regular code, we don't allow people to continue with the existing impervious cover with a reduction of 10%. It's only in this case.
Okay.
So then, I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
I guess, as I said earlier, I mean, if I could just plunk this in and have it be our new stormwater. So maybe can we include in the memo our strong request that we
That's a good idea.
deal with that now?
Quickly.
Maybe coming from us as well as, you know, Maya has said she's come to the Board of Commissioners. I saw her talk about it when the stormwater fee was being discussed as well, that should have gone hand in hand. You know, perhaps getting it to the public and from us will get that ball rolling.
We do that in particular with that recommendation. Will we then explain why that recommendation is there? Is that how you want to do it? Do you want to take a step and explain it?
Could we do planning commission heavy duty and planning commission light? In other words, there's a few sections where, for example, I would love to have an independent evaluation of the stormwater section. And the commissioners could authorize that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But that doesn't
making a
mean, that
recommendation.
doesn't mean we say to them, please adopt this.
No. What
Okay.
I said is
Right.
that,
We want
can
them
we
to
put
move
in?
forward on improving our stormwater.
Exactly.
Which they have done recently, but we want to continue that.
It's sort of like saying we were impressed by this and we hope you are too. Maybe.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Now, let's try to move this ahead. We had talked about making the point of which are the more important, maybe pick the 2 or 3 most important points, just to put them at the top, and then we'll have everything else. Does anyone want to? Skip, can you read us our list, and then we'll pick out the 2 or 3 we think are most important?
I'm losing my notes here.
Give Skip a minute.
Off the cuff, here I go. Off the cuff, I would say, I would like to suggest that setbacks are our number 1 priority.
Sure. Yep.
So in any, except for Steve. Okay. So if we were going to do a motion piecemeal, that would be one of the best pieces to do first, and to emphasize it's our primary concern.
I think we can do one motion and just say, as part of the motion, that our primary concern is this, our other, you know, and then we have these other concerns.
Well, okay. I actually recommend that we do setbacks separately.
Okay.
And maybe we do that with everything else, that we say we really like these and we kind of like these. But as to setbacks, it's the first thing that Jamie said. It's the first thing that I think
No, I
of.
think we all agree it's the most important. I'm just
I
wondering.
think it's the most important
If
thing.
it's helpful to put it in 2 motions, I don't see why we need to do that. Okay, fine.
Well, maybe it'll be an 8-1 or a 9-0 vote, too. So who would like to make a motion on setback?
I'd make a
She's-
motion that we accept or recommend acceptance of the setbacks that we noted today in the chart here as we changed it.
Well, our recommendation has to first be, we recommend approval or the adoption or not, or recommend against adoption of the ordinance, and then with the reasons.
Well, your motion
No?
would be you're going to recommend revising the ordinance as is, because you have an ordinance that's been sent back to you, the board's already revised it,
Okay.
accepted some, not accepted some. So that ordinance, which you now have, the neighbors have reviewed it and made changes. So you want to recommend that the board further revise the ordinance to increase the setbacks to what you've been discussing. Something like that would be the motion.
Can we do that without specifically setting forth each setback again?
I think you can do that. I mean, I've
Kind
been
of
taking
season.
notes about what you've actually, I think, decided on, although you've made no motions yet. But at least where I see there's a consensus. So, and, we're going to have to circulate something. I'm going to have to circulate something, and we'll compare notes as to what goes to the board. But I think generally the motion ought to be to increase the setbacks.
Well, okay, let me jump back in because I kind of abrogated responsibility here for a second. I'd like to say something like, the Planning Commission, first and foremost, strongly recommends more than any other change to this ordinance that setbacks be revised to be increased as per this meeting.
That as per our recommendations of December 5th, because we haven't wavered on our setbacks that we sent to them in December. They're the same exact setbacks. And they are consistent with the Delaware County Planning Commission
Okay.
and the Friends to Preserve Radnor. It's not like they come out of nowhere.
And I'd like to make sure the words first and foremost somehow get in that motion. Okay.
The piece that it's consistent with the Delaware County Planning Commission stuff is real important.
No, we don't have to put that in the motion, though. Okay, can you make that motion? Could you repeat the motion?
Don, do you think we have made a motion?
Let me restate it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So the motion that's been suggested is, first and foremost, as to any of these issues, is that the setbacks be increased to be consistent with what you previously decided on December 5th and recommended, and what the Delaware County Planning Commission has recommended.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second. Well, I can't second that.
Everybody seconds?
Second it.
Okay. Susan seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
You said aye?
I oppose.
Oh, you
Okay,
opposed.
well, that's one opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4.
8 to 1.
8 ayes. Okay, next part.
Okay, let's see. We were talking, let's see. Okay, the setbacks, the unusual setbacks as to intersections, I think is the next thing I have. The second dot on Peter's memo.
But we're not going to make separate motions for every item, though, right?
No, I mean, this is, we're
Yeah.
going to say, is this primary or secondary now?
I think everything's secondary now.
Oh,
I mean, did you want to make another?
well, we
You
have
have first
some
and
things-
foremost.
Yeah, I really wanted setbacks to stand out.
Okay.
So I guess they do.
And let's put everything
But-
else
but
together.
I thought one of your other thoughts was that we were going to say, this is very important to us, and this is something we want you to study. So that another thing would be like that.
I think that's a little too complicated. What do
Okay.
you think?
Up to you.
I would, you have the first and foremost, if there's something else that everybody feels very passionate about, then, maybe we should add it to the first and foremost. But other than that, I think everything should be in B. If there are some things that Skip has mentioned several times, or some things he thought they deserve more study, then that's like to me, a
C.
footnote.
Maybe that's a C.
separate thing.
That's a separate thing at the end, by the way, we
That's
think
what I
you should
meant.
study this
And
stuff.
then the thing also about the stormwater, we want to encourage the commissioners to move forward on
So I
that.
think we should have 2 more motions, that's all.
That's perfect.
Actually,
Okay.
Okay.
all right, go ahead.
Okay. So
luck.
item number 1 of, the way I read this, Motion number 2. Item number 1 of motion number 2 is to recommend that the commissioners adopt bullet point 2 of Peter's letter, which talks about greater setbacks for major intersections. So Peter's memo isn't, it's just a dot. It's the second dot on page 2.
Do you want the letter, do you want the ordinance reference?
Well,
I know what that is.
I'll let John.
Memo's
explain
right
it.
there.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what we just decided to do. On the bullet point 4, where we talk about elevators and stair towers, I think we decided to keep these special setbacks for elevators and stair towers. And
What do you mean by keep them?
keep what we recommended. In other words, recommend again.
So we recommended removing the special setbacks initially, right?
No.
What did we what was our initial recommendation?
Yeah, well, I guess it was to remove
It was
the
to
special
remove
setbacks.
the special
and
setbacks.
that they should be treated
So
like.
they should be treated like everything else. And then the second thought was, we wanted to separate the second thought.
Well, we wanted the stairs, I think there's a reason why.
We
they
were
had
concerned that they were too close.
Yeah, but you might need, with the pedestrian bridge, there's the kind of thing where you need the stairs closer to that bridge. Kind of late to
Just
get
the-
those
All right,
down.
let me
The way
just
we had
say
it.
that what was deleted was elevators and stair towers for a parking structure may be located no closer than 10 feet from the right-of-way of a local and minor collector street for a length of no greater than 50 feet. What doesn't really quite make sense to me about that is that on a local and minor collector street, a parking structure, we're recommending 60 feet. So how is
Yeah,
a
so
tower
we don't
or an
want that.
elevator or stairs for a parking structure that's 60 feet from a minor collector going to be within
feet,
10
yeah.
feet? So I,
So we fixed it by moving the building.
And
Or
by
the- or the
saying we don't like
setback.
special setbacks for the
I think
elevators
so.
and stair towers.
Redesign the parking structure.
So I think we put it back in.
Yeah, we want it the way it was.
Okay, we put it, that section, that bullet 4, we put back in.
But we have to define what we mean by put it back in.
wording
Make the
that's
same
in the
recommendation
memo.
that we made in Peter's memo.
They removed it, we're going to put it back in.
Actually,
no, we deleted. we deleted
requested
We're gonna make the same
deletion of the
recommendation we made before.
special
Right. I'm sorry,
setbacks.
people
So
are
why don't we
confused.
just say that instead? Why don't
Let
we
me
say we
clarify it.
recommend deletion of special setbacks?
Instead of rewriting the language, let's just say,
But the language is in here, it's not in
it's
this
right there.
memo.
It says, "The planning commission did not like the special setbacks for elevators and stair towers, and did not like the elimination of setbacks between a CICD." In other words, we're going to say this again and say,
Why don't we just recommend deleting special setbacks or removing special setbacks?
I guess, Peter, you used the phrase "did not like," and we can say remove if you want.
Because
We recommend
I think we
removing.
need an action item.
Okay, we recommend, all right, so we're going to amend that. John? Planning Commission recommends that we remove the special setbacks for elevators and stair towers in parking structures. And we wish to maintain the setbacks between a CICD and other lands owned by the applicant, regardless of zoning districts.
But those would be separate recommendations.
That's 2 points.
Yeah, one is F2 and the other is F4.
Okay. Okay, now I have the bottom bullet as going, okay, the bottom bullet goes back in because that's our way of dealing with
Yes.
stormwater. So we recommend that again.
Yep.
I'm just going to move it down again. Okay, the next bullet point is buffer planting strips. Now here, a little bit grayer. I think we decided not to do this language, and then I have an X on the margin, and then we said we like the buffer language that was suggested by the Friends.
Right, so don't use ours.
So I guess the next recommendation, or next piece of our recommendation is that we recommend the buffer language from the Friends of Radnor Township proposal.
Well, this one is about striking the waiver statement, right? Isn't this bullet about removing that statement as well?
Well, we're not, we're going to let the bullet die the way it did, and
But-
we're putting the buffer language of the Friends in
But
instead.
the language from
No, this
the
language,
Friends,
this top.
would that
bullet-
take out, it's going to take out the mention of that they can get a waiver from the Board of Commissioners?
already had that out of theirs.
But I think we voted on this and said leave it out.
So we're gonna-
Because they already have the waiver right
So we're going to
anyway.
say replace the existing language concerning buffers with the language
Radnor-
in the Friends.
Yes,
So entirely replace it.
Skip, can I make a suggestion for
Yes.
that motion?
yes.
That we make a motion that for, I'd like to go back to the numbers, 280, 61, the 3B, 3 special regulations, B, buffer planting strip, that we recommend substituting in the Friends to Preserve Radnor official language, which includes B1, B2, B3, B4, and B5.
Okay.
And there's a whole way that it's written, but just make sure you include all 4 of those numbers, because in our buffer planting, we don't have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Counting on you, John.
Make that motion. Somebody's.
I adopt Susan's motion and make it.
Okay. Yeah, you've already discussed that, and now you're coming back to it and discussing it again. So you have that motion to add that back in. That's all out of the Friends ordinance amendment.
Correct. I second Skip's motion.
Now,
Yeah, because we're not doing that last one.
I think we are done now momentarily with Peter's memo.
So that covers our original recommendations. We've covered that.
Read that motion back and take a vote on it?
No.
No.
You want to take a vote on it?
Well, we still have
He's
other
going to
things.
circulate it. John, there's like 5 pieces to that motion already.
Let me stop for a minute, because you voted on the first item,
Separately.
and then pardon me? Right. Which I thought included the setbacks for intersections, but apparently it didn't, because then you brought that up. You didn't vote on that. You didn't vote on the special setbacks, and you didn't vote on the stormwater going back to Meadow, and now you have this.
No, we
So I would suggest you vote on everything as you discuss them if you come to an agreement, because you're going in circles here, in my view.
Are you saying we should have like 10 motions?
Or take 2 or 3 at a time. Once,
In other words, stop and pause right now because we just covered Peter's memo?
I would vote on everything that you've agreed on up to this point, so we have that. We're not going back 10 minutes from now trying to
Okay.
decide. I mean, I'm making notes as we go, and I made notes of everything you agreed upon previously, but make the motion and move these off your plate,
Are we okay with that, everyone here?
Yeah.
okay?
And the only thing that's kind of new that wasn't on Peter's memo that we didn't say, just put this back in, was the Friends of Radnor buffer
The
language.
buffer language.
So we're going to vote on 4 or 5 things, John?
The intersection setback, the special setbacks in F2 and F1, I think. The stormwater, going back to
Meadow
doing
for
a
above
calculation
45%.
based on
right.
Meadow. And then the buffer language, the buffer planning language, all
From-
5 of those sections out of the Friends
Right.
proposed amendment. So
Right.
that's a motion that you can make and then vote on.
So I'm going to live with your synopsis of the motion because the language is largely in Peter's memo.
Yes.
Can I have a second? Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we have 8 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay. All right.
You're doing well. Hang in there.
Okay, this is where we get into piecemeal, right? Okay, no, one of the items is right here. Well, I guess I should try to stay in order. Well, actually, I am right there. I think the first new thing is that we are recommending that the riparian buffer be 100 feet. So that's one of, let's say, 3 or 4 things. I think we recommended that we take out the first sentence of the paragraph that deals with off-street loading.
Yep.
And that's Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the E2 under
Right.
special regulations.
Okay, so we've got riparian and off-street parking.
Mhm.
The next note I have, I think we said that drive-throughs are already covered somewhere else? Okay.
Yeah.
The 100-foot setback from residential, I have in here for some reason.
What is that referencing?
I have a note that, and I have a question mark next to it.
Skip over
If-
that.
Okay, let's skip it, okay. Okay, my next note is light and noise standards. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt their light standards from the Friends of Radnor. Incorporate,
Okay.
recommend. We recommend that the commissioners incorporate their light standards.
Okay. But then we're not doing we're not doing the noise.
I have a
we
question
decided.
on that one.
What? Not doing-
Do we just want the F site lighting, or do you want
Light was the
the
first thing.
sub-sentences underneath that with the height, design, and all that other stuff?
You're talking about screening? Wait.
No.
Site lighting,
Oh. I thought we were going to go with that.
all of it?
Yeah.
Right.
All of it.
Well, we're recommending that they
Incorporate
adopt
it.
it or incorporate it.
Okay.
So it's
If they-
F,
F,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How did they get 16 feet? What's the magic, how's 16 feet a magic number? For the no light fixtures shall be over 16 feet in height?
Well, it's their 50 years of experience. I don't know.
Do you all know if it's a standard where 16 feet came
No,
from?
I
It's
have
high for
no idea.
parking lot, though, unless it's a big parking lot.
Well, the Friends are recommending it. It's got to be more conservative than liberal
Is
in
this
terms of
ceiling
the.
about 16 feet, maybe?
No, I bet it's 16, 18.
Okay. That's not bad.
The noise standards, I think we decided not to
That's
go
gonna
with
be separate.
decibels and things like that.
Yep.
Right. I think John said that as to preserved land, we were going to recommend that the commissioners consider adopting the standard of naturalized state
Over mode areas.
over, as opposed to mode. In fact, let's put in there a naturalized state as opposed to a mode state. And you could still use the word primarily naturalized state, because you might still want small areas near a path that are grass. Okay. Buffer. Did we already do, we already did buffer, we jumped
We did
ahead.
buffer.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay, I think actually
Let's vote on
that's
that
the
much.
next vote, and that's the last of the hard recommendations.
Okay, so you so move.
Well, do you want John to recap it real quick for everybody, so we're all satisfied? That way we know he heard us.
I'll go through it.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Bumping the riparian buffer to 100 feet from 50, removing the provision in the off-street loading, the first sentence that dealt with off-street loading, adopting the lighting standards in the Friends of Radnor, all 5 paragraphs, and making the change in the open space provision to reference naturalized, primarily naturalized plantings versus mowed landscape. Now, there was another comment during this discussion about a 100-foot setback from residential. That wasn't part of this, correct?
No. I think we raised it, and then we decided
So
it
you
was
have four
covered.
items, which I just mentioned. And if you want to make a motion, you can move to adopt what the solicitor just said.
I make them,
No, no.
Wait, I just want to ask a question. You had talked about trash collection times? I thought you had agreed that you were going to put that in, that's all. I had a note to that, and
Yes, we did. You're right.
so,
Add that in.
That can be the next motion.
are we adopting the Friends trash collection times?
Just
Yeah.
finish this.
Okay,
let's-
let's get back to that, okay.
So you have 4 items, which I just stated on the record, That would be the motion that you would propose.
I move that we,
Wait, what if you don't agree with all these little particulars, but some of them I do, some of them I don't? I feel like some of these are.
Do you want to recommend pulling something out?
like, what
Well-
bothers you?
Well, I understand that there's a lot of research behind this, but just like you said with reading the stormwater, like, you can't say I'm going to include the stormwater until you understand about someone really until you've had an independent person look and say that that's right. Well, there's some things in the lighting that 16 feet in height, and all the calls of, I agree that we have to be careful about the light, but we don't have, if I voted for this and I'm saying that 16 feet, that's a magic number, and that is what we have to hold everybody to, and it might be less, it might be more.
Well,
I have a hard time supporting every single piece in here.
Would you like to remove that line?
Yeah,
Or
we
are there
can pull
other
that
things
one out
bother you?
and address that
Because that may be
separately.
too specific for what we want to.
I think we're getting so specific that we're going to pigeonhole ourselves, and we're not even realizing we're doing it.
Okay.
When you say pigeonhole ourselves, do you mean
We're not gonna give
they'll
us-
have to reject it whole? Because,
They're going to look at all of this,
So-
and they're going to reject it by one thing, just.
so would this be the kind of thing that falls into motion number 3, which is, we like this, you should look at it?
That's much better.
I
Okay.
don't disagree. I think that's a great idea with that
then
lighting
Let's remove
portion.
the lighting portion from the previous motion, and we'll get to it in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
So, John, we just removed the lighting from this.
Got it. So you're left with the 100-foot buffer increase.
Riparian buffer, right.
Riparian buffer.
Right.
Sorry about that. And removing the first sentence from the provision regarding off-street
Parking.
loading.
Loading.
And changing the open space reference to primarily naturalized plantings versus mowed landscape.
Right.
So 3 items now.
So make the motion.
And it's not that we don't,
No, we're going to make this motion. Go ahead, Tim.
And if anybody wants to vote against any of these 3, say I disagree with one, or I did, whatever.
Yeah.
That's
Well, then maybe we
the way you
should
move it.
Make the
put the
motion.
lights back in.
Make the motion. I'm sorry, I'm being
This is motion number 3. And basically, the solicitor has just set forth 3 points, and we are now taking a vote to recommend these 3 items to the commissioners.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
8-1. Thank you.
Yep.
Elizabeth, what was your point?
Consistent.
my point is that to support the things that don't require outside, what's the word I'm looking for, review,
Okay.
that we can honestly state are factual information.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, Skip has.
We have a couple more things, and then we're done.
Why don't we put site lighting? Because I would agree, and as much as I'm, and I'm the one who brought this one forth because I'm keep thinking of the parking lot that's going to be in the back that's going to be facing the residential district, and until that buffer, whatever it may be, grows high, they're going to have lights, and they're going to have parking lots close and all that. So, but perhaps this category, if Elizabeth, and your concern is valid, if they dismiss it out of hand because they don't like one component, maybe we put the lighting one into the category of things that we're saying, please give these the strong review and, yeah, okay, good.
Before I craft the recommendation to reconsider, did you want to,
Can I just say 2 things? Sorry. On the idea of lighting, I appreciate that you...
Very quickly, please.
Very quickly. I appreciate that you don't know all the standards for everything, but Van and the other teams have put this together, acceptable to the neighbors, that kind of thing, so you have that assurance. But the Delaware County Planning Commission asked you to consider these things, and I'll submit to you to consider the fact that if you just give the Board of Commissioners a blanket, hey, take a look at this, you've just relegated it to the circular file. So they're looking to you to
Thank
make a
you.
recommendation.
Thank you. Go ahead.
giving me pause for thought.
I think that
No.
maybe we can come up with some kind of language that says that we feel these they have merit, and we don't necessarily want them unmodified, but we want the, kind of the intention of them to move forward.
I'd like to go against the grain and put the lighting back on the table and just, and take a vote. Real simple.
Yep.
And if it's not, if 2 or 3 people say no, then the commissioners will take their cue.
Go ahead.
I make a separate motion, whatever it is, to, fourth motion, to adopt the Friends of Radnor lighting language.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that's
I'm abstaining.
62 with one abstention,
6 to 2?
with one
7.
abstaining.
Oh, who's the 2? Who's the 2? Oh, you voted? Okay, okay. Well,
Thank you.
I think they
Thank
will not adopt it. I think
We're
Okay.
moving on. Go.
now, this is the optional or please consider language. I know stormwater is in there.
We want them to address stormwater as a whole through the township. So that, I don't think belongs in this list. I think that's something separate. So let's just leave that for last and move on to the things that are specific to this.
I think I've exhausted the specific.
We're done.
We're at the stage where if you want somebody to look at something, this is where you say it. Or not.
Does anybody have anything that we missed? John, did you have anything else in your notes?
Thought we were talking about the timing of the pickup and.
Oh, we were going to do the trash times.
Trash
Because
trash
that's-
collection
left
was
that
the
out.
one thing that you talked about, but I don't think you made any
Um,
decision or consensus.
We had some regulations about that, and I don't have it in my zoning book, about trash pickup, and we went into the weeds on this one with, in the drive-through at the Rite Aid, when we overrode the WBOD and put the drive-through back in. We put in some regulations, I think, about pickup times and deliveries and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, we did.
No, I just don't remember what they are, and I don't have the.
Would
the-
someone like to make a suggestion for pickup times for trash?
Well, we could adopt again.
How about not between the hours of 7 PM to 7 AM?
I think that's the language already in there.
No,
No?
no. I think that's good.
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Kathy, do you want to make that
Different-
motion?
Make a motion.
That we limit, I make a motion that we limit trash collection.
In the CICD.
In the CICD from, no trash collection from 7 PM to 7 AM in the
Is there a
morning.
second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Wow, you're on a unanimous one.
Thank you. Okay, now let's wrap up our stormwater recommendation.
Planning Commission recommends that the commissioners review and/or obtain expert counsel on the stormwater provisions as a potential for this ordinance and Saldo-wide
Zoning.
zoning. Sorry. Getting tired.
Does that encompass what we need to say, John?
I would rather have it have a bit of an angle and just say that we recognize that the existing stormwater ordinance in Radnor Township doesn't adequately address volume control on redeveloped sites.
Okay, hang on. You want to withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw
Thank
the
you.
motion.
Go ahead and make a motion, Regina.
So does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
That we recognize there's a need for modification of our existing stormwater ordinance to adequately address redevelopment of, redevelopment in regards to volume control.
Any development.
But do you want to say anything about this information that we were received from the Friends in your motion?
I think that they need to look at that in addition to what's happening in neighboring communities,
Is that your whole motion?
unless someone wants to add to it.
No, that's good.
I liked it.
I'm liking it. Better all the time.
Second?
John, do you have that?
Yep, got it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, another unanimous one. Good for us.
Stormwater's unanimous.
Does anyone have anything else they'd like to make a motion regarding?
We adjourn?
Adjournment.
Second. Thank you very much.
No, wait.
I'm sorry.
Don't.
I'm waiting. What?
We've made a bunch of motions about the ordinance, but do we have to make an overriding motion that we? The ordinance as a whole, we
No.
No. No, we're good.
That was my question.
Okay, good. Thank you all.